Good day, thank you for coming. My name is Oana-Silvia, I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. I delivered this statement on behalf of 56 governments representing our European Union and NATO allies and partners, as well as partner nations from across the globe, joined here in solidarity, alongside my own government of Romania. On the night of 28th to 29th of May, a Russian drone carrying explosives entered the Romanian airspace in violation of international law. The drone, which was part of an overnight attack against Ukraine, crashed and exploded onto the roof of a residential apartment building in the city of Galați, Romania. For the first time, there have been injuries among Romanian citizens. 2 persons were injured and several residents required attention. The impact caused a fire and extensive damages, leading to the evacuation of the building. Airspace violations by Russian drones over Romania and other Central and Eastern European partners have occurred repeatedly since the outbreak of the Russian war in Ukraine and are a direct consequence of the escalation tactics pursued by Russia in its attacks against Ukraine. This most recent incident had a direct impact on the safety and security of innocent civilians in Romania. Such behavior is unacceptable under international law and must stop. We recall the Secretary General's recent remarks that the attacks against Ukraine generate serious and wide-ranging consequences that need to be addressed and need to be contained. Attacks against civilians calls for condemnation in the strongest terms, wherever they occur. We reiterate our support for a full, immediate, and unconditional ceasefire in the pursuit of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. In light of this violation of international law, Romania requested the convening of an urgent meeting of the Security Council, in accordance with Article 44 and 45 of the Charter, to address this grave matter. The meeting that will take place immediately will address the risks that further undermine peace and security in Europe. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for the support. Thank you so much. We need the Security Council and we'll arrange questions afterwards. Thank you.
Go this way.
Yes, thank you for being here. I think it's important. All glad to see you and speak.
Thank you.
Kazoo, thank you so for being with us last time. I always with you. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. The 10,162nd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute on behalf of the Council to His Excellency Mr. Fu Kong, Permanent Representative of China, for his service as President of the Council for the month of May. I have no doubt that I speak on behalf of all members of the Council in expressing my appreciation to Ambassador Fu and his team for the great diplomatic skill with which they conducted the Council's business last month. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the following subject: threats to international peace and security. The agenda is adopted.
Aquí tengo dificultades. De conformidad con
In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of the Republic of Moldova, Romania, and Ukraine to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. On behalf of the Council, I'd like to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Oana-Silvia Țoiu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite to participate in this meeting Ms. Kayoko Goto, Director for Europe, Central Asia and the Americas of the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and Peace Operations. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Kayoko Goto
para su intervención.
for her statement.
Madam President, Excellencies, only last week, the Secretary General alerted this Council to the serious risk of further escalation of the war in Ukraine, including to the broader region. Last Friday, a dangerous incident crystallized our oft-stated warnings about potential spillover of the war. On the night of 28 to 29 May, an armed drone exploded on the top floor of a 10-story residential building in the eastern Romanian city of Galați, injuring 2 residents, a woman and a child. This was not the first reported breach of Romanian airspace by an armed drone since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. However, it was the first time such an incident resulted in casualties. The United Nations does not have any additional information on the strike in Galați. But Friday's incident came on the heels of a worrying trend of drone incursions into the airspaces and territorial waters of countries bordering either Ukraine or the Russian Federation. Over the past 12 months, Such incidents have been reported by the authorities in Moldova, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, Poland, Kazakhstan, and Belarus, as well as in countries in the wider region, Bulgaria, Greece, and Turkey. Madam President, the United Nations strongly condemns all attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. Such attacks, wherever they occur, violate international humanitarian law and must cease immediately. Civilians must be protected at all times. Madam President, the Galați incident comes amidst a sharp escalation of large-scale missiles and drone attacks by the armed forces of the Russian Federation on Ukrainian towns and cities, resulting in ever-worsening toll of civilian casualties and destruction of civilian infrastructure. There has also been a marked increase in Ukrainian attacks on military, energy, and industrial infrastructure in the Russian Federation, which have reportedly resulted in a growing number of civilian casualties and damage to civilian infrastructure. As the Secretary General stressed last week, the dangerous trajectory of escalation and intensification that we are witnessing today risks getting out of control. The current course must change. Madam President, the risk of miscalculation is particularly dangerous for the safety of nuclear facilities. Such risk has only increased in recent days. On 30 May, the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, was informed by the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that a drone struck a turbine building at the site, reportedly causing a hole in its wall. This was the first such attack within the plant's perimeter since April 2024. Yesterday, the IAEA team at the site observed damage to the exterior of a turbine building, noting that it appeared consistent with the impact of a drone. We echo the deep concern expressed by the IAEA Director General over this serious incident that endangered key nuclear safety principles. Attacks on nuclear sites are reckless and unacceptable. They must stop immediately to prevent any risk of a nuclear accident. Madam President, amidst heightened tensions, it is incumbent on all concerned to act responsibly and to refrain from any action that could destabilize the situation further. As the Secretary General emphasized last week, we urgently need immediate steps toward de-escalation, leading to a full and unconditional ceasefire. To that end, we urge dialogue and negotiations to resume at once. Diplomacy needs to be given a meaningful chance to create conditions for achieving peace in Ukraine, a peace that is just, lasting, and comprehensive, in line with the Charter of the United Nations, international law, and relevant UN resolutions, a peace that contributes to a more stable regional and international environment. The United Nations will continue to fully support all meaningful efforts to that end. Thank you.
Doy las gracias a la...
I thank Ms. Goto for her briefing. I will now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start by congratulating Colombia on the start of your presidency of the Security Council and wish you all success. We also express our appreciation to China for the steadfast leadership in steering the work of this Council in the month of May. I thank Colombia for convening this emergency meeting, and I welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Oana-Silvia, Țoiu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, to this meeting. and I thank Director Goto for the factual briefing. This is the fourth time in the last 2 weeks this Council meets to condemn the aggressive and escalatory actions of one of its permanent members, Russia. It is also the third time since September last year that this Council has met not at the request of Ukraine, but at the request of another neighboring country because of the dangers arising from Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia's reckless violations of European airspace are well documented and known to all members of this Council. This is neither the first such incident nor an isolated occurrence in our region. Latvia condemns in the strongest possible terms this latest dangerous escalation by Russia. Latvia supported Romania's request to bring this matter before the Council, because this is the first time the Council has been called upon to address Russia injuring civilians in a neighboring country as a direct consequence of its large-scale aerial attacks against Ukraine. On 28 and 29th of May, one of the many Russian armed drones used in attacks against Ukraine entered Romanian airspace and exploded on the roof of a residential apartment building. 2 civilians are injured, including a child. Approximately 70 people were forced to leave their homes. Latvia stands in full solidarity with Romania, our fellow EU and NATO ally, and with all those affected by this unacceptable incident. And we wish speedy recovery to those injured. Russia's rhetoric and actions demonstrate no genuine commitment to peace. Russia's rhetoric and actions show no consideration for legitimate security concerns of its neighbors. On the contrary, Russia, a permanent member of this Council, poses itself a grave threat to international peace and security. This will continue to be the case so long as Russia continues to persistently undermine the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of neighboring states. Madam President, unable to reach any strategic goals in its war of choice against Ukraine, Russia has turned its aggression into a full-scale war against Ukraine's civilians and civilian infrastructure. Advanced weapons, including systems capable of carrying nuclear warheads, is used to commit war crimes against families and children, as well as cultural and education institutions. Attacks against UN personnel and premises are increasing. Diplomatic missions are not spared. The repeated violations of European airspace by Russia are further evidence of Russia's irresponsibility and desperation, as are blatant lies, intimidation, and threats against neighbors to hide failures on the battlefield and crumbling war economy. Russia's readiness to escalate tensions and take ever greater risks to salvage its failing war are unacceptable. Madam President, the time of empires, colonies, and spheres of influence is over. Russia's aggression was not provoked. Neither NATO, nor European Union, nor Ukraine has threatened Russia. This war of aggression is entirely of Russia's choice. Russia bears full responsibility for the risks, consequences, and human suffering resulting from its illegal military actions, including when they extend beyond Ukraine's borders. Together with our allies and partners, we will continue to strengthen European defense, deterrence, and resilience. We remain committed to ensuring that any reckless actions, provocations, or attempts to undermine our sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence are met with a firm and united response. Today's meeting once again demonstrates that Ukraine's security is inseparable from the security of the wider European continent. Russia's escalatory rhetoric and actions only reinforce our resolve to support Ukraine and its right to sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. Ukraine is defending its right to exist in line with the UN Charter. And it is vital to increase pressure on Russia and those enabling its war of aggression. The path to peace begins with an immediate, full, and unconditional ceasefire. And we call on this Council and all United Nations member states to use their influence constructively to advance peace, uphold the principles of the UN Charter, and contribute to a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. I thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the representative of Latvia for her statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. And I thank the Colombian presidency for scheduling this emergency meeting on the first day of its presidency, and I wish you the best of luck for this month. I thank Director Goto for her informative briefing, and we also welcome Her Excellency, the Foreign Minister Țoiu, to this meeting. Madam President, 4 days ago in this chamber, the Secretary General made a direct appeal for peace in Ukraine. He warned that the recent escalatory trajectory risks spiraling out of control. And yet, less than 4 hours later, a Russian drone packed with explosives crossed into Romania's airspace and hit a residential building in the city of Gulac, injuring 2 civilians. Denmark condemns Russia's dangerous and reckless actions. We express our sympathy with injured and evacuated civilians. Denmark stands in full solidarity with Romania, our EU partner and NATO ally. Madam President, this drone incursion was another grave and irresponsible act by Russia as part of its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. While it is the first time Russian drones have injured Romanian civilians, Russia had already violated Romanian airspace on numerous occasions in the past. In fact, with increasing frequency throughout its war against Ukraine, Russia's drones and fighter jets have repeatedly violated sovereign airspace in Europe. Russia has continued its barrage of widespread disinformation, and as we heard less than 2 weeks ago in this very chamber, it has even threatened a fellow council member. These acts stand in stark contrast to the widespread calls for peace by the wider UN membership. Russia started its illegal war against Ukraine with complete disregard for international law, believing that it can act with impunity in Ukraine and beyond. But Denmark and our allies would not be deterred. On the contrary, Russia's latest acts only serve to further strengthen our unwavering commitment to our collective security alongside allies, and to continue to provide comprehensive political, financial, economic, humanitarian, civilian, military, and diplomatic support to Ukraine and to its people. In closing, Madam President, Ukraine has been offering an immediate, unconditional, and comprehensive ceasefire for well over a year now. It is clear from the developments since then who wants peace and who is desperate to prolong this war at all costs. The only durable end to Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a lasting, just, and comprehensive peace in line with the UN Charter. The only path to this peace starts with a comprehensive ceasefire. Denmark reaffirms its commitment to the UN Charter and international law. Russia must end its senseless war and cease all hostilities. I thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the representative of Denmark, and I now give the floor to the representative of France. Thank you, Madam President, and congratulations and all of our support for your presidency of the Security Council this month, and we'd like to thank China for their presidency last month. Madam President, I'd like to thank Ms. Kayoko Goto, Director for Europe, Central Asia and the Americas, for her briefing, and I welcome the presence amongst us of Her Excellency Ms. Oana-Silvia Țoiu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, and also the presence of colleagues from other delegations. During the night of 28th-29th May, as part of a new Russian attack in its war of aggression against Ukraine, a drone entered Romanian airspace and crashed into a building in the city of Galați, injuring several people. Romania's wish to convene this emergency meeting of the Council following this intolerable violation of its territorial integrity is legitimate, and it was the Council's duty to respond. France condemns this unacceptable incursion in the strongest possible terms. France wishes to express to Romania, its authorities and its people, its friendship and its full and unwavering solidarity. As a member of the European Union and NATO, Romania can count fully on our solidarity. The security of our allies is our priority and must be ensured. As the framework nation for the NATO multinational battalion deployed in Romania, France will continue to play its full role in strengthening the alliance's deterrence and defence posture on NATO's eastern flank. Madam President, this new violation of international law comes against the backdrop of Russia's continued irresponsible escalation in its merciless war of aggression against Ukraine, an escalation that has occupied this Council for several days. Russia has, in fact, claimed, and I quote, a policy of systematic offensive against the Ukrainian capital in yet another attempt to break the admirable resistance of the Ukrainian people and isolate them. It has instructed civilians, foreign diplomats and representatives of international organizations to leave the city, in blatant violation of the 1961 Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations and International Humanitarian Law. Russia carried out massive strikes during the night of the 23rd and 24th of May against Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure, including through the third use of the Oreshnik ballistic missile, which is capable of carrying nuclear warheads. This has been referred to here. France recalls that Russia's statements do not in any way exempt it from its obligations under international law. France remains in Kyiv, standing alongside the Ukrainian people. The war of aggression launched by Russia in 2022 has also resulted in other forms of violations of international law. The Secretary-General's annual report on conflict-related sexual violence, published a few days ago, formally placed Russia on its blacklist because of sexual crimes committed by Russian armed and security forces in their war against Ukraine. This is the first time that a permanent member of this Council has appeared on this list of shame. Russia will be held accountable. Madam President, it is high time that Moscow put an end to an escalation that leads nowhere and to choose the path of serious dialogue, as it is invited by everyone to do. France calls on Russia to engage in peace negotiations in good faith. Supported by the vast majority of United Nations member states, the Secretary-General reiterated here on the 28th of May that the first step along this path must be an immediate, complete and unconditional ceasefire. France, together with its partners, is ready to be a part of this effort and remains committed to achieving a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. It will also always stand alongside Romania, its friend and ally. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al representante francés.
Thank you very much to the representative of France. I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
President, for convening this important emergency meeting, and I take this opportunity to congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the Security Council and wish you every success in your duties. You have our full support. On this occasion, I would like to express our appreciation to China for the presidency of the month of May. I would like also to thank Ms. Kayoko Goto, Director for Europe, Central Asia and the Americas, for her briefing, and I welcome the participation of Her Excellency Ms. Oana-Silvia, Foreign Minister of Romania. Madam President, in the last meeting of this Council on the repercussions of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, only last Thursday, we warned against the high risk of a vertical and horizontal geographical escalation following Russia's aggressive rhetoric, explicit or implicit threats against other countries of the region. We regret that this statement is even more relevant today after the incident of late last week in Romania. As we all know, during these last weeks, Russia has intensified its attacks in Ukraine, striking the capital and surrounding urban areas, has issued warnings and threats to the diplomatic community, has threatened Latvia and the Baltic countries, and has conducted common military exercises, including nuclear drills, with Belarus. All these incidents evidently cannot be viewed in a vacuum. Russia's violations against other European and NATO countries of the region is nothing new. We are reminded of the drone and Russian fighter jet incursions last year in Poland and Estonia, respectively, which were brought to the attention of this Council last September. Romania itself registered 47 different cases of drones or their debris falling into Romanian territory, with a similar instance of debris causing damages in Galați last month. Yet, this time Russia's reckless actions have caused human casualties, injuring Romanian civilians, one child among them. Greece unequivocally condemns this violation of Romania's airspace. We support and stand in full solidarity with Romania, an EU and NATO ally. We also express our deepest sympathies to the injured and all those affected and wish them a speedy recovery. Any violation of state borders, be it air, sea, or land, constitutes a clear and blatant breach of international law and the UN Charter, and is unacceptable. We demand that Russia ceases these unlawful acts immediately, respects its obligations under international law, and takes immediate steps to de-escalate the mounting tension in Ukraine. Madam President, we keep witnessing the destabilizing effects of this war and its implications for European and international security. The spillover effect of this violence risks spiraling out of control and needs to stop immediately. Therefore, I reiterate Greece's firm conviction that a full, immediate, and comprehensive ceasefire is needed now more than ever. This will allow for the resumption of dialogue and diplomacy. The overwhelming majority of the UN membership and of this Council has repeatedly requested it, and Ukraine itself has long agreed to. We call on Russia to now heed those calls. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you to Greece for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. Let me congratulate Colombia on assuming the presidency of the Council for the month of June. You have our full support. And I also thank China for their skillful stewardship of the Council through May. I also thank Director Gotto for today's briefing, and I welcome Foreign Minister Țoiu to the Council for the meeting today. President, last Thursday, the Secretary-General warned this Council of the risks of Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. He warned of a war getting out of control, of miscalculation, and of escalation with unknown and unintended consequences. Then on Friday, a Russian drone hit a residential building in Galați, Romania, amid an overnight attack on Ukraine, injuring civilians. This incident demonstrates the growing impact of Russia's war against Ukraine beyond Ukraine's borders. Russia's actions represent a serious violation of NATO airspace. They were reckless and an unacceptable breach of Romania's sovereignty. The United Kingdom strongly condemns this further escalation that put lives at risk. Russia has once again demonstrated that it has no regard for civilian life, for international law, or for the sovereignty of its neighbours. And let us be clear about responsibility. This incident is a direct result of Russia's illegal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which has caused the deaths of over 15,000 civilians since February 2022. Russia bears full responsibility for this escalation and for the growing risks to regional and Euro-Atlantic security. Last week, the Secretary-General called for a full and unconditional ceasefire. Ukraine has repeatedly made clear its commitment to a just and lasting peace. We call on Russia to agree, without delay, to a full, immediate and unconditional ceasefire. President, NATO is a defensive alliance, but it is fully ready to defend its members. The United Kingdom is closely coordinating with Romania and NATO allies, including through our ongoing contribution to air policing with the Royal Air Force jets on NATO's eastern flank. NATO's combined strength is unparalleled, and its determination to defend peace and security in Europe is unshakable. We are united in our commitment to defend every inch of NATO territory. As my Prime Minister has said, we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, with Romania, and with all our NATO allies. Our pressure on Russia to end its illegal war on Ukraine will not cease until a just and lasting peace has been secured. I thank you.
Le doy las gracias.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom, and I give the floor to the delegation of Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to start by congratulating you on assuming the presidency of the Council for this month. And let me assure you that you will have my delegation's full support. And I also commend China for its skillful and successful stewardship of the Council last month. We welcome the participation of the distinguished Foreign Minister of Romania in this meeting. And I thank Director Goto for her remarks. And we endorse the Secretary General's call for restraint, an early end to this ongoing conflict, and for its peaceful settlement through dialogue. Madam President, we take note of Romania's request for this meeting and the reported violation of its airspace. At the very outset, let me reaffirm Pakistan's unequivocal support for the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all states as enshrined in the UN Charter. These principles form the bedrock of interstate relations and must always be fully respected. In the context of today's meeting, I would like to make the following 3 points. First, my delegation, as well as many others in this chamber, have repeatedly forewarned about the potential negative consequences of a protracted conflict, including its expansion and spillover effects. Conflicts, especially those that remain active for longer durations, carry a greater risk of miscalculation and escalation. Regrettably, this is a pattern that we are witnessing in this particular situation. Second, the conflict in Ukraine has witnessed a precarious dimension to modern warfare, that is, the relentless use of armed drones. While on one hand it has affected battlefield dynamics, the evolving landscape of humanitarian challenges associated with these modern technologies remain a matter of concern and must be addressed within the rubric of IHL and its principles. Third, the reported incursion of armed drones into airspace of neighboring countries is alarming, and we deeply regret the reported civilian casualties and destruction of civilian infrastructure resulting from such incidents. Madam President, as we have said in the past, lasting peace in the region can only be achieved through a sustained and meaningful dialogue, and not by military means. In this context, we underscore the imperative of an immediate and complete cessation of hostilities and would urge all sides to recommit earnestly to the path of peace. Pakistan has and will continue to advocate for dialogue and diplomacy for peaceful settlement of this conflict. Further escalation only risks transforming this crisis into a larger confrontation with wider implications for regional and global peace and security. So bringing this conflict to an end would require commitment to the UN Charter's core tenets, a genuine accommodation of legitimate security interests of all sides, and conformity with existing multilateral instruments. We therefore see an early resumption of the US-facilitated dialogue process as the most credible path forward. This channel, if reinvigorated, can provide a mutually acceptable way out of this devastating conflict. In that spirit, Pakistan will continue to support all efforts aimed at achieving a comprehensive, durable, and peaceful resolution of this conflict. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the representative of Pakistan. I now give the floor to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Madam President, the Democratic Republic of the Congo wishes to congratulate you and your country, the sister Republic of Colombia, on the first day of your presidency. We wish you every success in guiding our work during the month of June, and we thank you for convening this emergency meeting devoted to the maintenance of peace and security in Ukraine. The Democratic Republic of the Congo would like to thank Director Goto for her information on the recent developments that led to the convening of this meeting. Madam President, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has taken note with concern of reports regarding the crash of drones in the municipality of Galati in the immediate vicinity of the Ukrainian border. Beyond considerations regarding the precise circumstances of this incident, these events once again illustrate the considerable risks that the continuation of hostilities pose to regional and international stability. While the Council has met on several occasions in recent weeks to examine developments of the situation in Ukraine, it must unfortunately be acknowledged that developments on the ground continue to confirm a troubling dynamic of escalation. The Democratic Republic of the Congo continually reaffirms that each new incident, each new strike and each new attack affecting inhabited areas demonstrates with particular clarity the extent to which this conflict continues to carry risks that now extend far beyond the immediate theatre of military operations. The human, political, security and economic consequences of this conflict are affecting territories and populations far removed from the immediate area of hostilities. This reality should encourage all parties to fully appreciate the consequences of a war whose impact continues to expand as the prospect of a political settlement grows more distant. Madam President, the DRC remains deeply concerned by the gradual expansion of the security footprint of this conflict, as well as by the progressive normalization of a wartime logic that appears to sustain a continuous cycle of military actions and reactions. Far from contributing to the possibility of lasting peace and relief for the populations trapped by this violence, this logic instead serves to increase human suffering, to further undermine regional security, and multiply the risks of incidents that could lead to unpredictable consequences. Indeed, despite the growing sophistication of military means, civilian populations continue to bear the heaviest burden. This reveals a fundamental truth. Whatever its form or the technologies employed, war remains a source of human suffering, uncertainty, and risks whose consequences often exceed the goals pursued by the parties to the conflict. In light of this reality, the DRC recalls the need for all parties to fully respect their international obligations, particularly the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution in the conduct of hostilities. In this regard, the protection of civilian populations cannot be subject to any derogation. It remains a fundamental obligation under international humanitarian law. Madam President, the Democratic Republic of the Congo once again reaffirms that there can be no lasting military solution to this crisis. Successive developments on the ground confirm that military escalation produces neither lasting security nor a credible prospect of settlement. More troubling still, it sustains a dynamic whose effects now appear to extend well beyond the front lines, with consequences whose full scope no one can yet measure. This is why the DRC reiterates its call for an immediate ceasefire, concrete de-escalation measures, and a determined and unequivocal return to the diplomatic path. We urge all parties, without exception, to prioritize dialogue, exercise restraint, and engage in good faith in initiatives aimed at creating the conditions for a peaceful settlement of the conflict. My delegation remains convinced that only a negotiated political solution, founded on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, as well as on respect for international law, will make it possible to pave the way for a just, lasting, and credible peace. Madam President, in conclusion, Recent events should be seen as a further reminder of the human, security and political cost of continuing hostilities. The longer the war continues, the more risks accumulate, the more suffering intensifies, and the more the prospects for a negotiated settlement recede. Only through de-escalation, diplomacy and political will can the path toward a lasting peace be opened for the benefit of civilian populations and international stability. I thank you. I thank the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and I now give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Madam President, we congratulate Colombia on its presidency of the Council this month. We wish you every success, and we thank the People's Republic of China for their impeccable presidency. Madam President, we note that Romania has hastily convened this meeting and immediately put forward unfounded and biased accusations against Russia. We believe that the main purpose of today's meeting is to satisfy demand by Western countries to generate yet another wave of anti-Russian media hype at any cost. In that regard, we would like to present an objective version of the events, since the details provided by the Romanian side regarding the crash of the UAV in the city of Galați raise questions from both a technical as well as from a factual perspective. The Russian armed forces did conduct operations targeting the military infrastructure of the Kiev regime on the night of May 29th. These actions are being carried out in response to the terrorist attacks carried out by the Kiev regime against Russian civilian infrastructure facilities, which are systematic and consistent in nature. As part of those operations, strikes targeted facilities in the port of Reni in the Odessa region, through which our former Western partners supply military goods for the needs of the Ukrainian armed forces. There, those shipments are unloaded, warehoused, and then distributed further across Ukraine to be used in attacks against our civilian population. Of course, we will be destroying such shipments as early and as remotely as possible. According to official Romanian data, there was an impact in the city of Galați allegedly involving a Russian Gran 2 UAV that struck the roof of an apartment building. The payload of such a UAV carries approximately 50 kilograms of explosives. If such a drone had, as claimed, indeed hit the roof of a building, the consequences would not have been limited to the fire that was shown by Romanian media. The roof would have been destroyed completely. The distance from the port of Reni to this building in Galați is 19.5 kilometers. If Ukrainian armed forces had been capable of engaging the Russian drone near Reni, it would have fallen there and certainly would not have flown such a distance without detonating in midair. The full circumstances of what happened must be established through a thorough, objective, and depoliticized investigation with the involvement of the Russian side first and foremost. We are ready to participate in such an investigation, but of course only if objective data and debris of the drone are shared with us for our analysis. Only then will we be able to provide an assessment of what actually happened. This is exactly how we acted in our contacts with U.S. representatives in December 2025 when we handed over the flight mission controller and other components of Ukrainian UAVs that attempted to attract the residence of the president of Russia, Valdai. Any assessment of such incidents must be based on verified facts and not political slogans. We draw your attention to the inconsistencies in statements by Romanian officials. Initially, they spoke of an allegedly deliberate Russian strike on a civilian object. Then, just hours later, the president of Romania, Nicu Șordan, revised that position, stating that a result of Ukrainian air defense activity, a Russian drone had changed course and entered Romanian airspace. At the same time, the possibility of a provocation by Kiev aimed at testing NATO member states' reaction once again and accelerating their direct involvement in the crisis was not even considered. We also believe it is no coincidence that this drone incident occurred the day after President Zelensky appealed to U.S. President Donald Trump for missiles for American Patriot air defense systems. Zelensky also publicly lamented that Washington was ignoring his requests. It is regrettable that Romania failed to provide any objective data to the Russian side and immediately began implementing the political agenda of its senior partners. The same applies to statements by NATO's Allied Command in Europe, which rushed to assign blame. Instead of professional cooperation, pre-prepared retaliatory measures were taken, such as the closure of the Russian Consulate General in Constanța and the demand that the Consul General leave the country within 72 hours. Once again, rather than seeking the truth, the focus shifted to using an isolated incident to fuel anti-Russian hysteria. Western Russophobes are essentially creating new pretexts to close their ranks in opposition against Russia and to maintain bloc discipline, including encouraging continued military support for the Zelensky regime. This incident also helps Europe shield Ukraine and provides some kind of justification for their bellicose rhetoric towards Russia. This is especially important in the context of recent tragic events in the Luhansk People's Republic, which needed to be urgently downplayed by interrupting the news agenda of the day. Madam President, just over a week ago, on May 22nd, the Kyiv regime carried out a horrific terrorist attack in Starobilsk. As a result of strikes on the dormitory of a teacher's college, 21 people were killed, mostly young women, and over 40 students were injured. The entire world learned of this latest atrocity carried out by the Kyiv regime, but the Western political establishment, including our colleagues in the Security Council, chose to ignore this act of terrorism. Not a word of condolences, only accusations of fake news and lack of information. You all attended these meetings, and you must remember this well. After all, victims in regions whose populations are not regarded as worthy by Kyiv and its Western sponsors deserve no reaction from the West. They are, from the very beginning, treated as fake and non-existent victims. Whether there were 50 of them burned alive by Ukrainian Nazis in the trade union house in Odessa in 2014 or 21 in Starobilsk, they simply do not exist. We promised at the last meeting that we would disseminate materials regarding these allegedly non-existent victims, and we will do so. However, as soon as an incident occurs that can be framed within an anti-Russian narrative, the Western propaganda machine is launched immediately. This well-established pattern has long become a hallmark of European countries' approach to Ukraine. Each new incident involving the fall of a missile, a drone, or their fragments on EU territory is treated as a convenient news coverage opportunity. First come the accusations against Russia, to which political conclusions are tailored, and only later, if at all necessary, is there any discussion of the facts. In this regard, it is important to recall the incident in Przewodo, Poland in November 2022. At that time, after a missile fell and killed 2 people, the Kyiv regime and its Western sponsors hastily presented it as a Russian strike on a NATO member state's territory. There were immediately statements regarding a Russian attack on the news, the need for a firm attack, and even the possibility of activating certain mechanisms of the alliance. In other words, the Ukrainian authorities were essentially attempting to use people's deaths to provoke a direct clash between Russia and NATO. It later emerged that the missile in question was, in fact, a Ukrainian S-300 system, and this sharply changed the tone of Western statements. Certainty vanished immediately, and loud accusations gave way to very cautious statements. But the most important thing never happened. We never heard either condemnation of the Kyiv regime's actions, nor any acknowledgement that its irresponsible actions could have brought Europe to the brink of a far more dangerous scenario. None of those who automatically blamed Russia for everything faced any political accountability for their hasty and unfounded accusations, and no one ever demanded an explanation from Kyiv. the incident in Galați is far from an isolated case. The geographic spread of Ukrainian rockets and UAVs across Europe continues to expand, affecting Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Finland. Ukrainian drones falling in these countries, because of which some governments were even forced to resign, is something that remains on the periphery of the Security Council's attention. Blame is routinely placed on Russia, but European leaders fail to recognize that this is a natural consequence of their own policies. Each such new case is a direct result of their destructive course of arming the Kiev regime and encouraging further escalation. And then, after some time has passed, it turns out that yet another Russian trace turned out to be a Ukrainian one, in fact, but Western governments prefer to keep this silent and avoid convening Security Council meetings because condemning Kiev for them would mean acknowledging their own responsibility. Madam President, given the Security Council's busy agenda, we believe it is important to use this meeting to draw attention to a truly important issue related to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Just 2 days ago, Kiev regime fighters used fiber optic guided drones to strike the turbine hall building of the plant's sixth power unit. They pierced the metal section of the facade of the machine room, and it was only by sheer luck that the reactor compartment, which was located 10 meters away from the explosion, was left undamaged. IA inspectors who arrived on the scene confirmed that there was a strike against the plant. We call on Security Council members to issue a principled and objective assessment of the reckless actions of the Kiev regime, which creates the threat of a catastrophic radioactive contamination, potentially not only for Russia and Ukraine, but a number of European states. And this is not the first time that the nuclear power plant has come under fire from the Ukrainian armed forces. Attacks have been going on for a long time, both against the plant itself and the city of Enerhodar. One would think that this is precisely where European states would be most concerned, yet we see neither emergency statements from Brussels nor urgent meetings of European leaders, nor demands that Kiev cease its actions. This is yet another indicator that EU countries are deliberately and purely for political reasons turning a blind eye to the crimes of the Zelensky regime. However, if a catastrophe were to occur, no one will be able to sit it out safely. Radioactive contamination knows no state borders. Its consequences will affect the entire European continent. The reaction of the UN Secretariat and the IAEA to this is particularly bewildering. They're trying to have it both ways, expressing concern and speaking of the need to exercise restraint and avoid escalation. These vague statements and unsubstantiated calls for peace are incapable of dampening the current level of escalation. Unfortunately, they not only create an atmosphere of impunity and permissiveness, they push the Kiev regime towards new crimes as well. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por la declaración.
Thank you very much to the representative of the Russian Federation for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Colombia on its presidency of the Council this month. We wish you every success. I also thank the People's Republic of China for their valuable efforts during their presidency of the Council last month. I would also like to thank Ms. Kayako Goto, Director of the Europe and Central Asia Division in the Department of Political and Peace-Building Affairs, for her enriching briefing. We also welcome the participation of Her Excellency Oana-Silvia, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, as well as the other participants in this meeting. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain has followed the reports regarding the repercussions of the Russia-Ukraine war in neighboring countries, particularly in Romania, with deep concern. We are particularly concerned by civilian victims. This recent escalation is only the latest phase in a war that has lasted now for 5 years. The Kingdom of Bahrain stresses the imperative of abstaining from attacks on civilian objects and critical infrastructure. There is a need to exercise wisdom and restraint while respecting the rules of international humanitarian law and ensuring the protection of civilian populations under all circumstances. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain warns of the dangers posed by the use of drones in armed conflicts, particularly given the increasing escalation and damage that they cause, particularly when their effects extend beyond the parties to the conflict and affect other countries. This is something that could undermine peace and stability and security on the European continent. In this regard, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms the absolute need to abide by international law, including international humanitarian law, and to take all the necessary measures to protect civilians and civilian objects. The continuation of the current approach would only further complicate existing crises and undermine international efforts aimed at achieving de-escalation and finding peaceful solutions to conflicts. President, we reiterated what was stated by the Secretary General of the United Nations during the Council's meeting last week when he said that the trajectory of the war towards further escalation threatens to spin out of control. Such escalations undermine all diplomatic efforts aimed at reducing tensions and bringing the war to an end. They may also prolong a conflict whose cost is borne primarily by civilians. That is why the Kingdom of Bahrain emphasizes the need to intensify diplomatic efforts to put an end to this war in Ukraine in a manner that supports peace initiatives and reinforces security and stability in Europe while taking into account the security concerns of all parties as well as neighboring states. And this to achieve a sustainable solution that restores peace and security in Europe. To conclude, President, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms its unwavering position in support of the peaceful settlement of disputes. We support regional and international efforts aimed at finding a political, comprehensive, and lasting solution to put an end to the Russian-Ukraine war through dialogue and negotiations in line with the principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al
Thank you very much to the representative of Bahrain. I now give the floor to the representative of Panama. Thank you very much, Madam President. Firstly, allow me to congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the Council for June, and also congratulate China for their work during the month of May. We'd like to thank Ms. Goto, Director for Europe, Central Asia and the Americas in the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, for her briefing on the events that occurred in Romania on the night of the 28th to the 29th of May, which we strongly condemn. We acknowledge the participation of the distinguished delegations joining us in the chamber, and we cordially would like to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Oana-Silvia Țoiu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania. Well, we're meeting once again in response to an incident that heightens the alarm and concern of the majority of Security Council members regarding the conflict in Ukraine. The prolongation and intensification of this war not only worsens the situation in the territory directly affected, but also extends its destabilizing consequences to the region as a whole, creating a growing risk to international security. What occurred in Romania is not an isolated incident. The Security Council has previously addressed the incursion of drones into neighboring states in the context of the conflict in Ukraine. This is a trend that is becoming increasingly concerning because of its recurrence and because of its scope. The limited control and precision capabilities of unmanned systems significantly increase the risks associated with their use in armed conflict situations. In this regard, states that deploy such systems must assume enhanced responsibility in accordance with international humanitarian law and must be held accountable for any damage resulting from their use, particularly when civilians are affected. Madam President, the war in Ukraine cannot continue along this spiral of consequences for the civilian population, both within and beyond its borders. The parties must urgently halt the cycle of violence and move toward an immediate and unconditional ceasefire that would significantly de-escalate this conflict. We call upon those who maintain influence and the confidence of the parties to continue their mediation efforts and strengthen channels of dialogue at the highest level. It is essential to consolidate diplomatic and political efforts, leading to a solution that is consistent with international law and the Charter of the United Nations, so that, finally, after 4 years, peace may be restored between the parties. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Panama, and I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, my delegation congratulates you on the assumption of the presidency for the month of June. We also commend the exemplary leadership of the Chinese presidents in the able manner in which they have guided the Council's work last month. We thank Ms. Goto for her comprehensive update on the deeply concerning development unfolding in Eastern European region. We also welcome the presence of Her Excellency Ms. Țoiu, Foreign Minister of Romania, in today's meeting. Madam President, the reported situation continues to be a great concern and carries serious implications for regional stability and international norms, underscoring the fragility and volatility of the current security environment. Furthermore, divergent narratives underscore the urgency of the situation and the critical need for diplomacy and dialogue. The protection of civilian and critical infrastructure is a fundamental obligation enshrined under international humanitarian law. Continued escalation only serves to heighten tensions and undermine peace, stability in the region. In this regard, we call upon all parties to exercise maximum restraint to prevent further miscalculations. A durable resolution will require a genuine commitment to de-escalation and renewed focus on diplomatic efforts. Madam President, to conclude, my delegation reaffirms its unwavering support for all efforts to uphold the principles of international law and to achieve just and lasting solution consistent with the United Nations Charter. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the representative of Somalia. And I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Director Goto, for your briefing today. We welcome in the Council Romania's Foreign Minister, Ms. Oana-Silvia Țoiu. Colleagues, we condemn the reckless incursion of a Russian military drone which crossed into Romanian airspace and struck a Romanian apartment building, injuring multiple people. The United States stands with its NATO ally Romania. Our thoughts are with the injured and all affected in Galați. As we have said before, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. The incident further underscores why the Russia-Ukraine war must immediately end. The United States reiterates its call for an immediate and comprehensive ceasefire as a step towards a durable, negotiated end to the war. The war must stop. The United States remains ready to do whatever possible to immediately end the Russia-Ukraine war for good. Thank you.
I would like to thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. And taking the floor for the first time under your presidential gavel, Liberia congratulates the Colombian delegation, pledges its support for your success, and thanks the Chinese delegation for their excellent stewardship of the Council last month. We thank the briefer and welcome Her Excellency, the distinguished Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania, as well as all other distinguished permanent representatives participating in this meeting. Madam President, Liberia learned about cross-border weapons spilled over from the silence of affected villages that no longer had people in them. Decades ago, our own borders, like many across conflicted regions in Africa, were routinely dissolved by shifting armed factions. In today's new form of warfare, characterized by drones technology, we continue to see, without excusing it, that the worst cross-border spillovers may not be deliberate. However, they are the foreseeable systemic consequence of deploying automated weapons at the margins of frontiers. It is with this lens that we examine this regretted incident in Romania, in which a mother and her child are said to have been injured. Madam President, the absence of hostile intent has never equaled the absence of consequence. When highly automated weapons-grade systems are operated in dense electronic warfare environment immediately adjacent to neutral territory, any resulting accident risk being compounded and escalated. Excellencies, the technical margins of modern conflicts are too narrow to guarantee the safety of neutral states. The only durable antidote to cross-border spillover, therefore, is not more sophisticated correction algorithms. It is the cessation of the hostilities that are driving the conflict. This war must stop. While diplomatic pathways to peace are being forged, civilians in conflict-adjacent states must not be left unprotected. We call on all members of this world bodies, without exception, to return to the full adherence of the UN Charter, the promise to which we all sign onto, and the supremacy of diplomacy toward the peaceful resolution of conflicts. In conclusion, Madam President, let us act to ensure this does not happen again in Romania or anywhere else, demanding restraints on all sides and immediate de-escalation toward an end to the war, with respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, including Romania. Liberia is ready to act. We call on this council to similarly be ready, and I thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Liberia, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me begin by congratulating Colombia on assuming the presidency of the Council for this month. I'm confident that under your stewardship, Madam President, the Council will deliver its mandate effectively. You can count on the full support of the Chinese delegation. I thank Director Goto for her briefing. China has taken note of the reports about a drone entering the Romanian airspace and resulting in injuries, as well as the statements and reactions from Romania, Russia, and other relevant sides. China consistently advocates for observing the purposes and principles of the UN Charter by all states in international relations and hopes that the parties concerned will keep calm, exercise restraint, and engage in dialogue and communication to establish facts, address questions raised, and resolve disputes with a view to avoiding misconceptions, misperceptions, and miscalculations and preventing the incident from expanding and escalating. This incident is a result of the Ukraine crisis spilling over across borders. Recently, the Ukraine war has been on a spiral of escalation, not only taking an immense toll on the two parties concerned, but also implicating the security of neighboring states, further eroding the trust among countries in the region. If allowed to continue down this path of deterioration and escalation, or worse still, to spiral out of control, the situation is bound to result in irrevocable consequences. Ever since the crisis broke out, China has been consistently calling for no expansion of the battlefield, no escalation of fighting, and no provocation by any side. In light of the current circumstances, these three principles have now become particularly relevant. Countries in the region and the international community at large need to work together to facilitate de-escalation and call for more level-headed and good-faith dialogue and engagement and less confrontational rhetoric that inflames the situation. Madam President, to prevent similar incidents from happening again, the only way out lies in politically settling the Ukraine crisis at an early date. Guided always by the 4 points about what must be done put forward by President Xi Jinping, China has all along been calling for a ceasefire and cessation of hostilities, promoting talks for peace and facilitating a political settlement. It is our hope that the parties concerned will resume talks at the soonest, take seriously and address properly the reasonable security concerns of one another, and strive for early conclusion of a peace agreement. China stands ready to work with the international community to continue playing a constructive role in seeking a political settlement of the crisis. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to the representative of China. And I will now make a statement in my quality as representative of Colombia. I'd like to thank Ms. Kayuko Goto, officer in charge of the Europe, Central Asia and the Americas Division of the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and the Department of Peace Operations. I thank her for her briefing. And I welcome and greet Her Excellency Țoiu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. And I also extend my greetings to the delegations joining us at today's meeting. We have received with great concern the report of the incident that occurred on the 29th of May in Galați, Romania, according to which a drone struck a residential building, causing property damage and injuring 2 civilians. We express our solidarity with the individuals affected and with their families, and we wish them a speedy recovery to those that were injured. And we also express our solidarity with Romania in light of the consequences of this incident that occurred on its territory. Colombia has taken careful note of the information presented and underscores the importance of ensuring that the circumstances surrounding what occurred are clarified independently, objectively, in a transparent manner and quickly. Beyond the specific circumstances of the case and the corresponding investigations, this incident highlights the risks that armed conflicts may pose to regional security and stability. It serves as a reminder that the effects of hostilities often extend beyond the immediate areas of combat, affecting civilian populations and the infrastructure of third states, with potential consequences for regional peace and security. As this Council has emphasized on numerous occasions, the protection of civilians and the prevention of further escalation must remain at the heart of our efforts. The events that have prompted this meeting and the danger that they may be repeated reinforce the need to act with prudence, responsibility, and the utmost restraint. Respect for the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, including respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, as well as adherence to international law, remain fundamental elements for preserving international peace and security, and are not rendered inapplicable under any circumstances. This includes due consideration and protection for non-belligerent states, whose territories and populations must be respected at all times, without exception. Equally important is ensuring compliance with the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution under international humanitarian law, which are not merely secondary considerations. Much rather, they constitute essential obligations whose observance helps limit human suffering and reduces the risk of further escalation. In this context, we make a broad call to prioritize and make use of diplomatic channels in order to avoid actions that could in any way worsen existing tensions and redouble efforts aimed at reducing risks to the civilian population and preserving regional stability. Thank you.
Vuelvo a asumir las funciones de presidenta del Consejo. Cedo ahora la palabra a la excelentísima señora Oana-Silvia Țoiu, ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Rumania.
Madam President, thank you for convening the United Nations Security Council. Thank you as well to the presidency, the Chinese presidency, for the support in preparing for this meeting, and to partners that have supported Romania's request. The seriousness of this current moment cannot be overstated. It is for the first time in the 70 years history of our UN membership that Romania requests an urgent meeting of the Security Council on a matter that involves us directly. Now, our history was not without challenges, especially as I have heard here in the room mentions of who understands the Russian Federation. I would say that the eastern part of Europe, we do have our share of understanding it. And although our history has not been without challenges, we have not called on the UN Security Council until today. But we do so today because what we have achieved in the many years that have passed is to build a safe country, to build a growing economy. We have increased in the 3 decades that have passed 10 times our economy. We have managed to also be a security partner for the region. And we want to see this into the future. But we do understand now more than we have done before that in order for this to happen, in order for this to be without risk, we do need to do everything that is within our responsibility, individually and collectively, to help stop the war at our border and to find the diplomatic pathway in that direction. We have a joint responsibility not just to draw a line, but to make sure We do not move that line, as people would want sometime. It is imperative for the Council to address such unnecessary escalation by the Russian Federation in its war of aggression against Ukraine. The Security Council is the most powerful tool of the international community, a common tool that we have to prevent the perception of a normalization of the abuse. We can and should not move the line we have drawn. We should not consider these current escalations as the new normal. On the night of 28 to 29th of May, a Russian drone carrying explosives violated the Romanian airspace at 2 a.m. Our military analysis shows that this drone was initially part of a swarm of drones used in an overnight attack against Ukrainian civilian infrastructure on the Danube, and traveled for 4 minutes within our territory and eventually crashed on the 10th floor of a residential apartment building in the city of Galați, Romania. The area where it crashed is close to the border area between Romania, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war of aggression against Ukraine, Russian drones entered numerous times the Romanian airspace, as well as the airspace of other partners in Central and Eastern Europe, in breach of international law and the UN Charter. And at this Council, those examples have been addressed from Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. Since the start of the invasion, they were brought to the attention of this Council, and we have talked at length about them and expressed our solidarity to each other. In Romania's case, just this year, we have seen more than 30 such incursions, and we have seen a growing frequency. What makes it different this time, though, is that it is the first time since the start of the war of aggression against Ukraine that Romanian citizens also require medical care and that Romanian property has been significantly damaged. A mother and child were injured and required medical care, but now are out of risk. The impact caused the fire and extensive damages to the building. The building itself was temporarily evacuated. I want to provide context. The drone crashed in a highly densely populated residential area where children, women, and men live safely with their families. The effects could have been more astounding. Romania firmly condemns this reckless behavior and repeated illegal intrusion by Russian vehicles into our sovereign territory. Irrespective of what was their initial destination, the gravity of the action and the responsibility of the perpetrator are clear. The risk further undermines peace and security in Europe and, through its wider implications, represents a concern for the entire UN membership. Madam President, our military analysis shows without a doubt that the drone that crashed on Thursday night in Galați is a Gerand 2 of Russian origin. This undeniable conclusion is backed by clear findings of a technical report issued by our special investigators and presented to the public by our President, on the basis of a consistent set of technical evidence. Apart from an inscription in Cyrillic characters of the name Gerand 2 from the recovered fragments, the report conclusively established that the electronic components, navigation systems, control modules, engine, construction elements show similarities to those of other Gerand 2 drones previously recovered in Romania and identified as being manufactured in the Russian Federation. The report also shows manufacturing markings, technical inscriptions, construction features and materials used follow the same technological process. The chemical analysis points to the same origin. Madam President, reckless violation by Russian drones of the airspace of Romania and of other Central and European partners have occurred repeatedly since the outbreak of the war against Ukraine. This Council also met after such incidents. This most recent incident is an extremely unsettling reality, as it shows an increasing pattern of indiscriminate drone strikes injuring civilians across the border, and such behavior is unacceptable under the UN Charter and international law. This modern warfare with autonomous vehicles does not create a distance from responsibility. We recall the Secretary General's recent warnings in this Council a day before the incident, that the rate of escalation we are witnessing in attacks against Ukraine generates serious and wide-ranging consequences. These need to be addressed and contained, not only because of their extremely serious impact on the ground, and in and of themselves a great cause for concern and condemnation, but also because they erode the basic premises for diplomacy, peace, and security. Anytime, anywhere, in any situation, attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure call for condemnation in the strongest terms. Romania reiterates our solidarity with our neighbor Ukraine and its people in their legitimate self-defense against the aggressor and in the exercise of their sovereign right to freely choose their future. Since the start of the aggression, we have been witnessing harrowing accounts of the immense toll of the war on civilians in Ukraine. The courage of Ukrainians, their sacrifice, their power of innovation and resilience should be respected and supported. But because they do have an increased power to defend themselves, we should not consider this the new normal. We should continue to increase diplomatic pressure on the aggressor to stop. For a long time, Romania is a reliable country and a security provider in its region and beyond. Our efforts benefited our partners around the world, be it the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which facilitated access of Ukrainian grains to consumers around the world, the EU Solidarity Lanes, our contribution to demining in the Black Sea alongside our partners, are just a few areas where we do hope we have contributed significantly and will continue to do so. We have the longest border with the war, and we do have the responsibility to protect it, of course, for our citizens, but also because it is the border of the European Union to the war, it is the border of the Allied and NATO members, and as well, it is not just a shared responsibility, but of course, something that exposes Romania to the consequences of the war. And that makes us even more resilient in continuing the effort towards the path for peace. Since the outbreak of the war in 2022, these consequences have been felt in the broader region of the Black Sea, including the neighbor of Republic of Moldova. Of course, we are not parties of the war, and we have been clear about this since day one. But we want to be part of the effort to stop the war and have a settled peace. We do need to search for that path together. We reiterate our support for a full, immediate and unconditional ceasefire and the pursuit of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter and international law, and in full observance of the principles of sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity within internationally recognized borders. We have said it before in this Council, and we will repeat it once again today. Robust and workable security guarantees for Ukraine are essential for a credible peace in face of an aggressor with a historical record of relapsing into breaches of international law. This reckless behavior and blatant disregard of human suffering not only goes against the UN Charter and international law, including international humanitarian law, but it also intentionally disregards the diplomatic effort led by those that wanted to bring us closer to peace. We are time and again confronted with a staggering paradox. We seek accountability in this Council, where the Russian Federation, a permanent member who should ensure the full respect of the UN Charter and international law, is also the aggressor. Such impunity in a blatant deviation of the fundamental principles and purposes of the UN Charter goes against the core mission of this organization, maintaining international peace and security through good faith cooperation among member states. As several members in this Council have emphasized before us, this type of escalatory behavior represents a concrete challenge to international peace and security and should be condemned as such. Romania's request for this meeting and my presence here in this chamber is an act of responsibility on our behalf and a genuine commitment to the principles that underpin multilateralism and the authority of the Council. Allow me to appreciate the expression of support and solidarity conveyed by the international community in the aftermath of the incident in Galați, including around this table, and during the media stakeout prior to this, where we've delivered a statement on behalf of 56 countries, and we're grateful for that. This reconfirms the crucial role of the Security Council and the United Nations as a whole in ensuring that breaches of the UN Charter and international law do not remain unaddressed and unaccounted for. My citizens back home are asking if words are enough for the situation we're in. But we are committed to the diplomatic pathway ahead, and especially in this room, especially in the Security Council, words hold a strong power. It is the widest legitimacy of an institution to host such needed dialogues, as uncomfortable as they might be. The needed dialogues to support peace. And for that, we do need the common response, as we have seen throughout these days, to these blatant violations of international law. And we do need to collectively support the path toward peace at our border. It is also another reason why we speak here today, and we are grateful for your interventions as well. Truth is not always self-evident. Truth itself also needs to be protected as we protect our land, our waters, our air. We do need to protect facts because they are misinterpreted, and sometimes for those that have no arguments to be able to explain their behavior, they try to run away from responsibility by trying to change the truth with their narratives. So our presence here today, our intervention here today, is also in protection of the truth and in making sure that those that are victims of the aggression are not painted as the aggressors. Romania will continue to be a reliable partner, and we're grateful for the international support we see in this community. Thank you.
Doy la gracia a la excelentísima señora Țoiu por su declaración. Deseo recordar a todos los oradores que deberían limitar sus declaraciones a una duración máxima de 3 minutos a fin de que el Consejo pueda realizar su labor en forma diligente. Transcurridos los 3 minutos, la luz del micrófono parpadeará para indicar que se debe concluir la intervención. Tiene ahora la palabra el excelentísimo señor Stavros Lambrinidis, jefe de la delegación de la Unión Europea ante las Naciones Unidas.
Madam President, I have the honor of delivering this statement on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Georgia, as well as Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Andorra, and Monaco, align themselves with this statement. Thank you to Colombia and to you, Madam Ambassador, for scheduling this meeting, and congratulate you on the first day of assuming the presidency, and warm congratulations as well to China and its ambassador for their UNSC stewardship in the month of May. Colleagues, the European Union strongly condemns the grave incident of the 29th of May in which a Russian drone carrying explosives that was part of one more overnight attack against Ukraine crashed into a residential building in Galați, Romania. You heard from the minister, and welcome to this chamber as well, the details. On behalf of the EU and all its member states, I express my full solidarity with Romania, its citizens, and those affected by this incident. Colleagues, this reckless act was not a fluke. It is a direct result of Russia's continuing war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia bears full responsibility for the consequences of its escalatory behavior and its continued military actions, which once again threaten the security of EU citizens, regional stability, and international peace. The European Union reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the security of Romania and all its member states, and stands ready to accelerate efforts to strengthen protection against such threats, including through Eastern Flank Watch and other initiatives to consolidate European defence readiness. The EU will continue to advance its initiatives aimed at strengthening defence of all EU land, air and maritime border capabilities, including on the Eastern Flank, reinforcing defence readiness and consolidating resilience. We will continue to ensure that the EU is better equipped to act and deal in a coordinated way with a 360 approach. Colleagues, Russia's continuing serious violations of European airspace only reinforce our resolve to support Ukraine and its people in their defense against Russia's war of aggression and their pursuit of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in accordance with international law, including the Charter of the United Nations. In this regard, we must all further raise the cost for Moscow to end this war. President, let us not forget that Friday's incident happened on the back of several meetings of this Security Council, where the large majority of members spoke out clearly in favor of a full, unconditional and immediate ceasefire. So did Ukraine. The EU actively supports all diplomatic efforts to this end, and we once again call on all members of this Council to work with us in pressuring Russia's leadership to accept a ceasefire and to finally engage in good faith. Ukraine is ready. Members of this Council are ready and demanding it. It must finally happen. Thank you.
Doy las gracias al excelentísimo señor Lambrinidis por su declaración. Ahora aplicando las reglas. 37, bueno, paso a darle la palabra a Ucrania.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, I thank the Presidency of Colombia for convening this emergency meeting upon the request of Romania. I wish you success in this important mission. Dear Foreign Minister Oana-Silvia, Ukraine expresses its unwavering support with Romania and your people following this deeply alarming incident on May 29, when a Russian combat drone carrying explosive violated Romania's sovereign airspace and struck a residential area in the city of Galați, injuring civilians and causing significant destruction. Please convey, dear Minister Țoiu, Ukraine's most sincere wishes of swift and full recovery to the family who has been injured because of this vicious Russian strike. Madam President, today once again we heard nothing new from the Russian representative. Unfortunately, he continues to sing the same old song, repeating the familiar narrative that it was not Russia, not a Russian drone, and relying on the well-worn patterns of denial and distortion. I believe there is no one in this chamber who would retain a single shred of trust in the words of Mr. Nebenza. Ukraine has full confidence in credible conclusions of the Romanian authorities that this was indeed a Russian drone and nothing else. Russia can throw all these conspiracy theories that we just heard into a wastebasket. Mr. President, what happened in Romania was not a single instance and must be taken seriously. Beyond the official rhetoric of Russia, a pattern of alarming, systematic threats has become unmistakable. Leading Kremlin propagandists such as Vladimir Solovyov, Olga Skabeyeva, and Margarita Simonyan have repeatedly used primetime broadcasts to openly discuss and call for strikes against major European capitals like London, Paris, or Berlin, normalizing in public discourse the very idea of war extending far beyond Ukraine. In one particularly chilling example, Ms. Skabeyeva's program even displayed countdown-style calculations claiming that Russian ballistic missile Sarmat could reach Berlin in 106 seconds, Paris in 200 seconds, and London in 202 seconds, turning the potential destruction of European capitals into a matter of a TV show. And even more strikingly, these narratives are echoed at the highest political level. Dmitry Medvedev, former president, he used on multiple occasions similar explicit threats, suggesting potential attacks on European cities. Taking together, all these statements are not isolated provocations, but part of a broader campaign in which the language of intimidation and the targeting of European capitals has been steadily mainstream into Russia's state-aligned messaging. In Galați, in Romania, we have witnessed that all this rhetoric is not just threats. Madam President, the recent attack against Romania was a cynical double strike, which carried at least two messages. The first was directed at Romania and all NATO member states. It was yet another attempt to test the resolve of our neighbors, to probe reactions, and to see how far Russia can go in bringing its war of aggression ever closer to the territory of allied nations. But there was another second message. The Romanian city of Galați plays a special role in Ukrainian history as well, as the place where one of the most important rulers, Hetman Ivan Mazepa, found his final resting place over 300 years ago. Hetman Mazepa has remained a source of particular hatred and resentment for Moscow because he dared to challenge imperial rule and defend Ukraine's right to determine its own future 3 centuries ago. That is why many Ukrainians cannot overlook this bitter symbolism of a Russian drone striking a beautiful city of Galați in Romania, but so closely associated with Hetman Mazepa's sacred memory. It is another reminder that Russia's war is directed not only against Ukrainian statehood or territory, but also against our history and national identity. Madam President, to conclude, there are essentially two ways to respond to Russia's brazen, intentional drone strike on Galați. The first is the familiar one. We can express our outrage, condemn this violation, call upon Russia to refrain from such illegal actions in the future, and hope that all these appeals, including all those that were made this afternoon in the chamber, will somehow persuade Mr. Putin to stop sending his deadly drones towards Romania or Poland or any other neighboring countries of Ukraine. We have followed this path many times before. The results, or better to say their evident lack, speak for themselves. What we see now, we see the reaction before. There was an incident in Poland, you would remember, on the 12th of September, but all those signals were not really persuasive for Russia. This new strategy now in Romania is just another logical consequence of failure to put Russia in its place. This shall be another lesson for all of us. But there is, however, a second approach, how to address this intentional, I repeat, intentional drone strike against the peaceful city of Galatz. We have to recognize that the most effective way to deal with these Russian attacks on Romanian citizens, and indeed on all European citizens, is to prevent those drones from entering Ukraine's airspace in the first place. In practical terms, this means helping Ukraine protect our skies and establish a powerful and fully integrated air defense shield with all the combined capabilities of our European partners. We urgently call upon our allies, also sitting on this table, not just to completely rethink and change the current approach and initiate a decisive shift in scale in the provision of air defense systems. We need at least a tenfold, but actually 20-fold increase. But what Ukraine needs most is the commitment of our European and our American partners to actively intercept and destroy Russian missiles and Russian drones over Ukraine's territory. The strikes on Galatz should therefore become a turning point. The most effective response to Russia expanding its war across Europe is not another expression of concern, but a bold collective action that would deprive Russia of the ability to terrorize both Ukraine and all its neighbors. The safest Romanian sky begins with much better protected sky over Ukraine. Madam President, before I wrap up, I would like to react to Mr. Nebenza's baseless accusations regarding an alleged drone strike on Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that we just heard. We strongly reject this shameless allegation that is merely a figment of Russia's vivid imagination. As in the case of Starobilsk, there is no independent verification of this unfounded claim. Instead of staging this theatrical performance, once again, Russia must immediately liberate Zaporizhzhia, the biggest NPP on European soil, stop playing with nuclear fire, and get out of Ukraine. And with regard to Mr. Nebenza's repeated reference to the Starobilsk fake story, the continuous manipulation of facts reminds us a famous Soviet movie, let me quote traditionally in Russian: «Три магнитофона, 3 кинокамеры заграничных, 3 портсигара, куртка замшевая и портная. 3. In other words, just stop lying in this chamber. I thank you.
Doy las gracias al representante de Ucrania y Rusia. Doy la palabra al representante de Rusia que ha pedido.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Помнится, на прошлом заседании господин Мельник говорил о том, что трагедия в Старобельске – это фейк, ничего там не случилось, это невозможно подтвердить. Да если и погибли, погибли взрослые люди. Я сегодня уже упоминал, что мы покажем, какие взрослые люди погибли в Старобельске и что это за фейк. Вот фотография этих взрослых людей. Елена Мартемьянова, 20 лет. Совершеннолетняя, да. Анна Погребниченко, 19 лет. Список продолжается. Здесь 21 фотография с датами рождениями и датой смерти. Цинизм, с которым господин Мельник позволяет себе смеяться над человеческими жизнями, над жизнями детей, превосходит все границы. По Запорожью я не буду комментировать, прокомментируем отдельно. Я уже все сказал, что хотел по этому поводу. Это сегодня письмо будет распространено, направлено вам и родственникам членов Совета Безопасности Генеральной Ассамблеи. Спасибо.
Le doy las gracias al representante de Rusia por su intervención y le concedo la palabra a la República de Moldova.
Madam President, I thank the members of the Security Council who, together with Romania, requested the urgent convening of this meeting following a grave security breach and a serious violation of Romanian sovereignty airspace caused by the incursion of a Russian drone carrying explosives with direct impact on the civilians. I also thank the Colombian presidency for bringing us together today, and ACG Kayoko Gota for her briefing. Likewise, we welcome the participation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, Mrs. Oana-Țoiu, at this important meeting. Excellencies, the facts are deeply alarming. 2 people were injured, an apartment was destroyed, a fire broke out, and dozens of residents had to be evacuated. This is not an isolated technical incident. It is another dangerous consequence of Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine and of reckless use of military force in close proximity to civilian areas and neighboring countries. We strongly condemn the egregious incident occurred in Galați, which represents a dangerous escalation. I would like to underline that any violation of Romania's sovereignty and security in a manner of direct concern for the entire region and for the Republic of Moldova. We express our full solidarity with Romania and with all those affected by the deeply alarming incident. We commend the Romanian authorities for their responsible and transparent response. Distinguished members of the Security Council, the Republic of Moldova unequivocally condemns the Russian Federation's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, now in its 5th year. This war constitutes a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, of international law, of humanitarian law, and of fundamental principles on which the international system is built on. In the same vein, we reaffirm our unwavering support for the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and therefore we reject and do not recognize the Russian Federation's illegal attempted annexation of Ukrainian territories. No military occupation, no sham referendum, and no unilateral act can alter internationally recognized borders. Attempts to review former patterns of domination, to redraw borders by force, or to deny the sovereign choice of nations should have no place in the 21st century and must be addressed by this Council. The Russian Federation bears full responsibility for launching and continuing this war of aggression, as well as for its devastating human, economic, environmental, and security consequences. This unjustified and unprovoked war must cease immediately. All those responsible for planning, ordering, and carrying it out must be held accountable. Madam President, the Republic of Moldova has also been directly affected by the spillover effects of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war, our authorities have registered 49 incidents involving unauthorized overflights, as well as several cases of missile and drone debris landing on our territory. These incidents serve as a stark reminder of a serious security risk facing my country and our citizens. We remain committed to addressing these risks in a systematic, lawful, and peaceful manner. These consequences also reach us through energy security. Russian attacks against Ukraine's energy infrastructure have repeatedly affected the Republic of Moldova's electricity supply and vital interconnections, leaving communities exposed to darkness, disruption, and uncertainty. The environmental dimension is equally serious. In March 2026, following a Russian attack against hydropower infrastructure in Ukraine, pollution reached the Dnistru River, the main source of drinking water for approximately 80% of Moldova's population and 98% of the population of our capital city, Chisinau. Water supplies were disrupted in several districts and in the municipality of Belz. This incident illustrated the transboundary environmental damage caused by attacks on civilian infrastructure and the direct threat such actions pose to environmental security, public health, and the right of civilians to safe drinking water. Excellencies, just as peace demands respect to the United Nations Charter, it is also requires accountability. The Republic of Moldova has actively supported international efforts to establish the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine, aimed at addressing one of the most serious accountability gaps in the international legal system. In this regard, we recall with particular significance the adoption in Chisinau on 15 May 2026 during such peace can only be achieved when the Russian Federation stops its war of aggression, immediately withdraw all its forces and military equipment from the Ukrainian territory, and respect Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I thank you.
Doy las gracias al representante de la República de Moldova por su intervención. No hay más oradores inscritos en la lista. Se levanta la sesión.
panic spreading widely among the Lebanese population. The Israel Defense Forces have expanded their presence north of the Blue Line, with the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon reporting extensive military activity, including airstrikes, artillery fire, logistics movements, and engineering works throughout its area of operations. UNIFIL has also observed widespread demolitions of buildings in villages in the vicinity of the Blue Line. On 30th May, UNIFIL recorded 992 trajectories of projectiles fired by the Israel Defense Forces. This is the highest number since a cessation of hostilities came into effect on 17th April. Hezbollah has continued to launch dozens of rockets, anti-tank guided missiles, and drones, including increasingly deadly fiber optic drones. It has also used surface-to-air missiles and improvised explosive devices against Israeli troops and assets inside Lebanese territory. In recent days, Hezbollah has escalated its strikes, launching rockets, drones, and missiles increasingly deeper into Israeli territory. Hezbollah leaders have reiterated that the group will not disarm, defying the stated intention of the government of Lebanon to assert a state monopoly over the use of force. Since 2nd March, the surge in hostilities has exacted a devastating human toll. According to Lebanon's Ministry of Public Health, at least 3,412 have been killed and more than 10,000 wounded in Lebanon. Among the dead and injured are hundreds of civilians, many women and children, as well as journalists and medical workers who have been serving on the front lines. 21 Lebanese armed forces personnel have been killed. 4 Israeli civilians and 26 Israel Defense Forces personnel have also been killed, with destruction and displacement affecting communities on both sides of the Blue Line. 6 UNIFIL peacekeepers have been killed and several wounded. Madam President, these developments mark a dangerous and alarming escalation, directly undermining the cessation of hostilities understanding announced by the United States on 16th April and eroding fragile diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the situation. They cast a long shadow over ongoing attempts to facilitate direct talks between Lebanon and Israel and risk derailing the already tenuous path toward a permanent ceasefire. Israel's presence north of the Blue Line is a clear violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as of Security Council Resolution 1701. Israeli forces must withdraw to south of the Blue Line. Hezbollah and other non-state armed groups in Lebanon must disarm and cooperate with government efforts to extend state security and assert a state monopoly over the use of force. The possession and use of weapons outside of state control is a clear violation of Security Council Resolutions 1559 and 1701. The Lebanese armed forces are the only legitimate armed force in Lebanon. We reiterate the urgent need for increased international support for the Lebanese armed forces and other state security institutions, enabling them to fully exercise their authority and responsibility to ensure security and stability across the entirety of Lebanon's territory. Humanitarian needs in Lebanon are rising sharply as the relentless destruction of homes, essential services, and civilian infrastructure deepens an already dire situation. Entire communities are being uprooted, and the scale of suffering is compounding the country's overwhelming recovery and reconstruction burden. Madam President, diplomatic efforts must be given the space to succeed. Further escalation is intolerable. The populations of Israel and Lebanon have already endured immense suffering, and immediate steps are needed to alleviate it. We welcome the meeting between Lebanese and Israeli military representatives hosted by the United States in Washington, D.C. on 29th May, following meetings held in Washington between political representatives of Lebanon and Israel to the United States in recent months. We note that further meetings at the political level are anticipated this week. The United Nations, including through the Special Coordinator for Lebanon, stands ready to support these diplomatic efforts to secure a sustained cessation of hostilities that is fully respected by all actors on the ground, and to advance the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. The ultimate objective remains clear: a durable, permanent ceasefire adhered to by all sides. Madam President, all actors must exercise maximum restraint and cease actions that risk upending efforts toward a lasting resolution. These hostilities are reverberating across the region. We note with concern today's reported statements from Tehran that in response to the situation in Lebanon, Iran will suspend dialogue with the United States, block the Strait of Hormuz, and activate other fronts. We must urgently redouble efforts to avert any further escalation. In this context, we welcome reports from a short time ago today that intense diplomatic efforts may be yielding results and averting further escalation. We call on all countries in the region that maintain ties with Hezbollah to encourage the group to cooperate with Lebanese state efforts to achieve a monopoly on arms. We call on Israel to withdraw its forces from Lebanese territory in full respect of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Civilians must be protected. Civilian infrastructure, including cultural heritage sites, must not be targeted. United Nations personnel must not be targeted, and United Nations premises must remain inviolable. We urge the Council to reinforce these calls and to help create the conditions for an immediate end to hostilities and durable peace. Thank you, Madam President.
Doy las gracias a la señora Povin por la información que ha proporcionado. Daré ahora la palabra a los miembros del Consejo que deseen formular una declaración. Ahora doy la palabra a la representante de Francia, al representante de Francia.
Merci Madame la Présidente. La France a demandé la tenue de cette réunion d'urgence face à l'escalade majeure en cours et à l'extension en profondeur des opérations militaires israéliennes au Liban, en dépit du cessez-le-feu entré en vigueur le 17 avril sous les auspices des États-Unis. Je vous remercie de l'avoir organisé dans les meilleurs délais et je remercie pour son exposé Madame la sous-secrétaire générale Marta Pobby. Nous souhaitons également saluer la participation des représentants du Liban et d'Israël à cette réunion. Madame la Présidente, rappelons-le d'emblée, c'est le Hezbollah, soutenu par l'Iran, qui porte la responsabilité du déclenchement des hostilités en ayant entraîné le Liban et le peuple libanais dans une guerre qui n'est pas la leur. Nous l'avons condamné sans ambages, comme nous condamnons aujourd'hui la poursuite par le Hezbollah des attaques ciblant le territoire israélien. Nous reconnaissons le droit d'Israël à se défendre contre les attaques du Hezbollah. Pour autant, rien ne peut justifier la prolongation et l'ampleur de ces opérations militaires au Liban. Les milliers de morts et de blessés parmi la population civile et les déplacements forcés de population nient son occupation toujours plus profonde du territoire libanais. Il s'agit là, pour Israël, d'une erreur stratégique majeure. Ces opérations sont en outre contraires aux engagements qu'Israël a pris le 17 avril dernier et aux résolutions de ce Conseil. Il est urgent que les armes se taisent. Cette fuite en avant a pris hier une dimension symbolique. En plantant son drapeau sur la forteresse de Beaufort, qui lui servit de base durant l'occupation du Sud-Liban jusqu'en 2000, Israël renoue avec une période que l'on voulait croire révolue. L'histoire nous avertit. Les mêmes causes ont toutes les chances de produire les mêmes effets. Loin d'apporter la sécurité à Israël et ses habitants, une nouvelle occupation risque de ne faire que nourrir l'instabilité. Car chaque village bombardé est rasé, chaque civil tué renforce le Hezbollah et fragilise l'exécutif libanais, dont nous saluons la volonté politique de consolider la souveraineté du Liban. Israël a un rôle majeur à jouer pour aider l'exécutif libanais à concrétiser cette volonté politique. La sécurité d'Israël ne se trouve ni dans la guerre, ni dans l'occupation. Elle réside dans la paix avec ses voisins et dans la stabilité de la région. Madame la Présidente, le cessez-le-feu du 17 avril est fragile, mais il demeure la voie vers un accord durable. C'est pourquoi la France soutient les discussions directes engagées entre le Liban et Israël sous l'égide des États-Unis. Ces discussions, qui doivent se poursuivre les 2 et 3 juin, constituent une opportunité décisive. Le moment est venu de les traduire en résultats concrets et nous appelons l'ensemble des parties prenantes, y compris les États-Unis qui les accueillent, à tout mettre en œuvre pour qu'elles aboutissent. Des annonces importantes viennent d'être faites. Leur réalisation est essentielle. Nous souhaitons que ces négociations entre Israël et le Liban mènent à une solution politique juste et durable, incluant le désarmement du Hezbollah et le rétablissement de la pleine souveraineté de l'État libanais, le retrait israélien du territoire libanais et l'assurance du plein respect de l'intégrité territoriale du Liban. Et qu'elle trace ces négociations un chemin de paix et de sécurité irrémédiable pour les 2 pays. Tant que les armes ne se seront pas tues, une exigence absolue demeure, les civils, qu'ils soient libanais ou israéliens, les journalistes et les personnels de secours, ne sauraient être pris pour cible. Le respect du droit international humanitaire s'impose en toutes circonstances pour assurer la protection des populations et des infrastructures civiles et pour garantir l'accès aux personnes ayant besoin d'être secourues. Madame la Présidente, la ligne de la France, claire et constante, tient en 4 points. Premièrement, le plein soutien à la population, aux autorités et à l'armée libanaise. Le peuple libanais, qui subit les conséquences d'une guerre qu'il n'a pas choisie, a plus que jamais besoin qu'on lui apporte assistance et protection. La France y travaille avec le déploiement d'une aide humanitaire de 17 millions d'euros afin d'appuyer les autorités libanaises dans la gestion de cette crise humanitaire inédite par son ampleur et sa durée. L'armée libanaise, elle, a pour mission de poursuivre dans des conditions difficiles le désarmement du Hezbollah et l'extension de l'autorité de l'État. Nous l'accompagnons concrètement avec la livraison de 39 véhicules blindés. La France continuera à apporter son plein soutien aux autorités libanaises et elle organisera à Paris, dès que la situation le permettra, la conférence internationale de soutien aux forces armées libanaises. Deuxièmement, l'exigence que le Hezbollah cesse immédiatement ses attaques et remette ses armes à l'État libanais, conformément à la décision courageuse prise par le gouvernement libanais le 2 mars dernier. L'Iran, de son côté, doit mettre un terme au soutien qu'il lui apporte et renoncer à alimenter l'instabilité dans la région. Troisièmement, le refus de toute occupation israélienne du Liban. La souveraineté et l'intégrité territoriale du Liban ne sont pas négociables. Nous n'acceptons pas l'occupation de positions sur le sol libanais ou l'établissement d'une zone tampon. Nous n'acceptons pas les ordres d'évacuation, l'interdiction faite aux populations déplacées de regagner leur foyer et les destructions. C'est le cas des sites archéologiques et notamment des quartiers de la ville de Tyr, inscrits au patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO. Aucune considération de sécurité ne saurait justifier une atteinte permanente à la souveraineté d'un État. Quatrièmement, le respect de la FINUL et de ses personnels. La France réaffirme son plein soutien au mandat de la FINUL, qui doit pouvoir l'exercer pleinement, sans entrave, jusqu'à sa fin telle que prévue par la résolution 2790. La France rappelle que la protection des casques bleus est une obligation du droit international qui s'impose à toutes les parties sans exception. La France salue le courage, le professionnalisme et l'engagement des personnels de la force et de l'ensemble des pays contributeurs de troupes et rappelle que 2 de ces hommes sont récemment tombés dans l'accomplissement de cette mission. Madame la Présidente, la voie est connue pour parvenir à une solution diplomatique. C'est la pleine mise en œuvre de la résolution 1701 et le respect du cessez-le-feu par l'ensemble des parties. La France y travaille sans relâche, à tous les niveaux, avec les autorités libanaises et israéliennes et l'ensemble de ses partenaires. Je vous remercie.
Doy la gracia al representante de Francia y cedo la palabra a la Federación de Rusia.
Госпожа председатель, признательна Марте Побе за брифинг по ситуации в Ливане. Госпожа председатель, мы поддержали запрос французской стороны на проведение сегодняшнего неочередного заседания Совета Безопасности, потому что положение в Ливане заслуживает самого пристального внимания международного сообщества. Достигнутое 17 апреля прекращение огня между Западным Иерусалимом и Бейрутом при посредничестве Вашингтона, к сожалению, оказалось дымовой завесой для ползучей агрессии против Ливана. Пока весь мир ожидал очередного раунда переговоров, запланированного на 2 июня в американской столице, израильтяне продолжали методично расширять зону оккупации, разрушая до основания целое поселение в рамках тактики выжженной земли. Становится очевидным, что в Ливане практически полностью воспроизводится сценарий по зачистке сектора Газа при установлении масштабного оккупационного контроля и принудительном вытеснении местного населения. Спустя 26 лет после вывода израильских войск из Ливана белосиний флаг вновь развивается над крепостью крестоносцев Beaufort, пережившей Саладина, мамлюков, Османскую империю и французский мандат. Уверены, что этот замок построен в XII веке и внесенный в список охраняемых ЮНЕСКО объектов переживет и очередную израильскую оккупацию. Если раньше израильская сторона утверждала, что планирует ограничить буферную зону рекой Литани, то теперь амбиции Западного Иерусалима простираются до реки Захрани, а жители Тира и других крупных городов на юге призывают к эвакуации. Таким образом, делается ставка на продолжение войны, унесшей со 2 марта жизни более 3300 ливанцев и заставившей более 1 миллиона человек покинуть свои дома. В зоне конфликта регулярно гибнут и спасатели, и врачи, а также журналисты. Решительно осуждаем агрессивные действия Израиля и подтверждаем нашу твердую приверженность суверенитету, территориальной целостности и независимости Ливана. Требуем незамедлительного вывода израильских войск с ливанских земель, без чего невозможно достичь подлинного прекращения огня. Внимательно ознакомились с опубликованной буквально несколько часов назад информацией об итогах контактов Соединенных Штатов со сторонами конфликта, в том числе анонсированное Вашингтоном прекращение боевых действий. Приняли к сведению данное сообщение, однако судить будем по конкретным шагам, прежде всего военно-политического руководства Израиля. Госпожа председатель, парадоксально, но, как показывает история, военные приобретения и расширение оккупации не решают действительно актуальную проблему безопасности северных территорий Израиля. Напротив, подрываются позиции ливанского правительства, чья нацеленность на достижение переговорного решения никого не вызывает сомнений. Без ответа на риторический вопрос спикера ливанского парламента Набиха Берри о том, кто сможет принудить Израиль прекратить агрессию, ситуация будет оставаться в тупике. В этих условиях не должно вызывать удивление факт роста популярности идей безальтернативности вооруженного сопротивления оккупации. Дальнейшая оккупация Ливана и расширение ее географии недопустимы и чреваты опасным обострением этноконфессиональных противоречий, национальным расколом с угрозой начала гражданской войны. Развитие такого сценария может подорвать и без того хрупкую ситуацию с безопасностью на Ближнем Востоке. Единственный выход в виде возвращения сторон к неукоснительному соблюдению обязательств по резолюции Совета Безопасности 1701, предусматривающей полную деоккупацию Ливана и распространение государственного суверенитета на всей территории страны. Следует помнить, что деградация положения в Ливане стала прямым следствием необоснованной агрессии Соединенных Штатов и Израиля против Ирана. Соответственно, и динамика текущих ирано-американских переговоров во многом зависит от развития ситуации на ливанском театре действий. В этом контексте Россия всецело поддерживает международные посреднические усилия, прежде всего дружественного Пакистана, и выступает за нахождение комплексного политико-дипломатического решения, направленного на общую стабилизацию обстановки в регионе Ближнего Востока. Госпожа председатель, всецело поддерживаем мандат временных сил ООН в Ливане, чьи миротворцы продолжают мужественно выполнять свой долг в самых непростых обстоятельствах. Требуем неукоснительного обеспечения безопасности голубых касок, а также привлечения к ответственности за убийство и ранение миротворцев. В свете намеченного на конец года завершения мандата в СООНу и начала вывода миссии считаем необходимым сохранение значимого присутствия Всемирной организации вдоль голубой линии, без чего невозможно обеспечить мониторинг выполнения резолюции 1701. Россия, будучи ответственным членом Совета Безопасности ООН, готова принять конструктивное участие в будущих дискуссиях по данному вопросу с целью нахождения взаимоприемлемого решения. Благодарю вас.
Doy las gracias al representante de la Federación de Rusia y concedo la palabra al Reino Unido.
Thank you, President, and thank you, ASG POBI, for briefing us this afternoon. The United Kingdom joined in calling this meeting to condemn the severe escalation of Israeli military action in Lebanon over recent days. This reckless and disproportionate escalation of Israeli military action has exacerbated an already devastating environment for Lebanese civilians and places the government of Lebanon under further strain. Civilians have been killed and over 1 million displaced, civilian homes and infrastructure destroyed, and the space for diplomacy eroded. Further escalation on this scale is simply not proportionate and cannot set the conditions for lasting peace. We reiterate that Hezbollah, at the instigation of Iran, have dragged Lebanon into a war that its government and people do not want. We strongly condemn Lebanese Hezbollah's ongoing attacks against Israel. We also condemn recent comments by Hezbollah's leadership that seek to destabilize the democratically elected government of Lebanon within their own country. Hezbollah does not speak or act for the people of Lebanon. We are clear that Hezbollah must end attacks on Israel and disarm. President, UNICEF reported that 15 children were killed and 62 injured in Lebanon last week as a result of the conflict. That's 11 children killed or injured every 24 hours. Healthcare workers are also facing death and injury as they carry out their duties. The escalation must end. We call upon all parties to uphold their obligations under international law. Israel's legitimate concerns about the security of their northern communities will not be solved by military escalation. The talks convened by the US between the governments of Israel and Lebanon are the only viable path towards a lasting political settlement and the disarmament of Hezbollah. We warmly welcome these talks, and yet progress is being undermined by both Hezbollah and Israel. All parties must implement a genuine and lasting cessation of hostilities to allow space for real diplomatic progress. We support the efforts of the Lebanese government to extend its authority throughout the country in line with Security Council Resolution 1701, including through the strengthening of Lebanese state institutions and security forces, and the disarmament of Hezbollah. We call for swift implementation. Escalation in Lebanon and across the Blue Line risk further destabilizing Lebanon and undermining critical negotiations to achieve peace across the region. The United Kingdom will continue to support diplomatic efforts that deliver lasting peace and security for both Lebanon and Israel. I thank you.
Agradezco a la intervención del Reino Unido y doy la palabra a China.
主席，中方支持安理会举行今天的紧急会议。我感谢波比助理秘书长的通报。日前，黎以局势急剧升级，以色列扩大对黎巴嫩的军事行动，持续扩张所谓安全区，甚至越过利塔尼河占领波夫特城堡。这是以军20多年来对黎巴嫩最深入的一次军事行动。以方还宣称要进一步扩大地面行动，其背后意图以及由此产生的严重后果，令国际社会深感担忧。黎以停火已近名存实亡，国际社会必须在局势滑向更危险深渊前采取紧急行动。我想3点：第一，要立即实现停火止战，平息紧张局势。以色列持续推进战争机器，已经造成黎巴嫩3400多人丧生。武力不是解决问题的出路，扩大占领换不来持久的安全。当事各方，特别是以色列，必须立即停止敌对行动，全面恪守临时停火安排，落实安理会第1701号及其他相关决议，推动局势尽快降温。我们注意到黎以双方就实现停火开展谈判，欢迎一切致力于和平的努力，希望对当事方有重要影响的国家为尽快停火采取积极行动。黎巴嫩的主权、安全和领土完整必须得到尊重。以色列应当立即从黎巴嫩全面撤军。第二，要加大对黎巴嫩的支持，稳定国内局势。战火摧毁黎巴嫩大量城镇和基础设施，导致100多万人流离失所，冲击黎南部人道局势。必须加大对黎巴嫩的紧急人道援助，保障人道机构获得充足资金，帮助黎巴嫩应对人道挑战。黎巴嫩拥有独特的国情，国际社会应当支持黎巴嫩维护国家稳定，促进内部团结。我们欢迎黎巴嫩政府推进对国家管控的努力，支持黎国内各方积极开展政治对话，妥善化解分歧。第三，要保证联黎部队履职，维护地区稳定。联黎部队对于维护黎以局势稳定发挥着不可替代的重要作用。本轮局势升级以来，多次发生联黎部队遇袭和行动受阻事件，中方谴责任何针对维和人员的袭击，敦促各方切实保障联黎部队安全和行动自由，对所有袭击事件严肃问责。联黎部队授权即将结束，安理会必须做出负责任的决策，确保联合国在黎巴嫩的存在，防止出现安全真空。中方愿同各方共同努力，推动早日平息黎以局势，恢复黎巴嫩和中东地区的和平稳定。谢谢主席。
Agradezco la intervención del representante de China. Le doy la palabra a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me also thank Assistant Secretary Povey for her concerning briefing. We supported the call for this meeting, as the situation in Lebanon is growing increasingly critical. Over the past 3 months, we have witnessed developments that raise serious concerns about a renewed Israeli occupation of Lebanon. The recent military escalation and expansion of ground operations in southern Lebanon beyond the Litani River, reaching as far as Tyre and Nabatea, add to this concern. This represents Israel's deepest military push into Lebanon in 26 years and must stop. While Israel has the right to self-defense, this must be exercised in accordance with international law. We call for full respect for Lebanon's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. This includes withdrawing Israeli forces from South Lebanon. We also reiterate our strong condemnation of Hezbollah's continued attacks against Israel and underline that these attacks must stop immediately. All parties must respect the ceasefire. We continue to support the direct talks between Israel and Lebanon and hope that they can pave the way for lasting peace. We support the re-establishment of a robust monitoring mechanism along the lines of what existed during the ceasefire in 2024 to ensure compliance with the current ceasefire agreement and build trust between the parties. Madam President, Denmark is deeply concerned about the humanitarian and civilian consequences of Israel's military operations in Lebanon. The escalating conflict has created a humanitarian crisis in Lebanon and displaced more than 1 million people, about 20% of the entire Lebanese population. Let me reiterate well-known calls. Safe, secure, and sustained humanitarian access to civilians must be ensured in accordance with the international humanitarian law. Denmark condemns all attacks directed against civilians and civilian infrastructure, including first responders and healthcare personnel. Israel must cease all demolitions of civilian infrastructure. We are also deeply concerned by military operations in and around Lebanon's cultural heritage sites. Cultural property must be protected and must not be used for military purposes. International law must be fully respected at all times. Madam President, Hezbollah has, once again, dragged Lebanon into an unwanted war. Hezbollah must disarm in full accordance with Resolution 1701 and cease all attacks on Israel. We commend the Lebanese government for these steps it has taken to restore the state's monopoly over arms and to expand the authority of the Lebanese armed forces. The current military escalation risks undermining these positive steps. Focus should now be on strengthening the Lebanese armed government and the Lebanese armed forces to enable them to fulfill the disarmament mandate rather than extending the conflict. We also stress the importance of a continued strong and effective UN presence in Lebanon in support of Resolution 1701. As UNIFIL's mandate approaches its end, we must ensure that there is no vacuum in the international community's engagement. We welcome the Secretary General's report on this question and look forward to its thorough discussion. Madam President, in closing, sovereignty and territorial integrity are not just theoretical principles. They are at the very foundation of the international order we have fought to uphold within this chamber for the last 80 years. What we are witnessing in Lebanon today is what happens when those principles erode. The potential ripple effects for Lebanon, the region, and the credibility of this Council are way too clear. It is our collective responsibility to continue to protect them. I thank you.
Doy las gracias a la representante de Dinamarca y doy la palabra a Grecia.
Thank you, Madam President, for promptly scheduling today's urgent meeting. I would also like to thank our briefer, Assistant Secretary General Martha Poby, for her thorough remarks. Colleagues, Lebanon stands at a dangerous crossroads. What is at stake is not only its sovereignty, but also the stability of the wider region. The continued hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah, despite the ceasefire arrangements and ongoing diplomatic efforts, are causing immense suffering to civilians while further destabilizing the country. Greece has condemned in the strongest terms since the very beginning Hezbollah's attacks against Israel, which dragged Lebanon into this devastating conflict, one that it neither pursued nor deserves. At the same time, while recognizing Israel's legitimate right to self-defense, we are deeply concerned by the continued expansion of Israeli military operations inside Lebanon. The recent capture of the strategic Beaufort Castle and the surrounding ridge marks a dangerous further ground incursion into Lebanese territory. We urge for the reversal of these recent acts, for they could moreover be counterproductive with regards to a political solution, risking to push it further out of reach. We call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and renewed efforts towards a durable diplomatic settlement. Full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701 and strict adherence to all ceasefire commitments by all parties remain indispensable. We support the continuation of direct political talks between Israel and Lebanon in Washington, D.C., urging the parties to engage constructively and in good faith toward a comprehensive ceasefire agreement which can have a positive impact on sustainable peace in the region as well. At the same time, we reaffirm that the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure must remain a top priority. Thousands have lost their lives, over 1 million people have been displaced, and critical infrastructure has suffered extensive damage. The latest military developments in southern Lebanon risk triggering additional displacement, further exacerbating an already acute humanitarian crisis. Greece has already organized a national aid mission to Lebanon, delivering humanitarian and development assistance and plans on organizing more. We are also finalizing the allocation of a substantial financial contribution through WHO aimed at strengthening Lebanon's health sector, namely the Hospital of St. George in Beirut, while providing 3 tons of humanitarian aid to Beirut. We stand ready to contribute more to international efforts aimed at supporting Lebanon's recovery, security, and institutional resilience. Madam President, amid the ongoing crisis, we cannot overlook the Lebanese government's efforts to restore the state monopoly over arms and strengthen national institutions under highly unfavorable circumstances. The Lebanese government's decision to fully ban Hezbollah's military activities is a clear token of their determination to deal with demanding issues, and our efforts should focus on supporting them to achieve this goal. A stable and secure Lebanon can only be attained through strong state institutions capable of exercising effective governance across the entire country. The Lebanese government needs and deserves the full support of the international community. Greece will continue to support the efforts of President Aoun and the government of Lebanon. In this regard, we support the LAF bilaterally, and upon request of the Lebanese government, we have procured defense equipment, soon to be followed by a second round of defense material. Last but not least, we reiterate once again our call for the safety and security of UNIFIL personnel, who continue to operate under extremely challenging conditions. UN peacekeepers are an essential pillar of stability and a visible expression of the international community's commitment to peace. We strongly condemn all attacks and acts of intimidation against UN peacekeepers, as such actions are contrary to international law and relevant Security Council resolutions. In conclusion, Madam President, should the current military escalation and territorial expansion continue, the outcome is unlikely to bring greater security. Instead, it risks producing further instability, potentially with regional repercussions, additional suffering for civilians, and ever more elusive political solution. We urge all parties to return to the path of diplomacy and dialogue in such a critical moment and to take tangible steps toward de-escalation. Lebanon deserves a future of peace, security, and dignity, free from external interference and internal division. Greece will stand by its side in that effort. I thank you.
Gracias a la intervención de Grecia y le cedo la palabra a Letonia.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to begin by thanking you for convening this meeting at such a short notice, and I also thank France for requesting this meeting in light of the increasing escalation in Lebanon. And I thank Assistant Secretary General Pobe for her briefing. In April, the historic direct talks between Lebanon and Israel offered a glimmer of hope that there is a path towards sustainable stability and peace. And we welcome the ongoing efforts of mediators, notably the United States, that continue advancing this objective. Because stability in the region can only be achieved through political and diplomatic means. Now, regrettably, the cessation of hostilities, agreed on 16th of April, continues to be violated on a daily basis, undermining the efforts of Lebanon's government to extend its authority across the country. Principal obstacle to Lebanon's stability and sovereignty remains Hezbollah, whose actions have repeatedly drawn Lebanon into conflict. And we again unequivocally condemn Hezbollah's attacks against Israel. Hezbollah has repeatedly chosen Iran's interests over those of the Lebanese people. And it must cease its attacks immediately, and Iran must cease its support to Hezbollah, and instead support efforts aimed at de-escalation and long-term peace. We reiterate our firm commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon. The implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1701, including the disarmament of Hezbollah and the extension of the Lebanese armed forces control throughout southern Lebanon, remains prerequisite for achieving lasting peace and security. While Israel has the right to defend itself against attacks launched by Hezbollah against its territory and population, always military operations must be conducted in accordance with the UN Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law. We call, therefore, upon Israel to halt advance into Lebanese territory and refrain from attacks on heavily populated areas. With more than 1 million people in Lebanon displaced by the conflict, new large-scale evacuation orders continue to aggravate an already severe humanitarian situation. Over 3,000 people have been killed since March, 10,000 injured. Of the displaced, at least 13,500 are pregnant women. UNIFIL has reported that most of the casualties in the south are women and children that have nowhere to go. Recently, IDF attacks on the city of Tyre caused additional civilian casualties. And we insist that all parties must respect international law, including international humanitarian law, and ensure that protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure, including historic and cultural sites that enjoy special legal protection. Now, the capture of Beaufort Castle reminds of a repetition of the cycle of violence that happened 44 years ago. While Israel views its military operations as necessary for its security, the latest developments also highlight that military action alone will not achieve lasting stability. Madam President, continued escalation is weakening Lebanese institutions and reinforcing Hezbollah's resistance narrative, which would not contribute to long-term security and stability for either Israel or Lebanon. Efforts should instead be focused on supporting the bilateral mediation talks in Washington, on implementing Resolution 1701, expanding the control of the Lebanese armed forces in southern Lebanon, dismantling Hezbollah, and providing support to Lebanese government in strengthening its authority as the sole and legitimate sovereign power. And we urge all parties to prioritize de-escalation, peace, and sustainable security. And the latest announcement today on the positive reactions by Lebanon, Israel, and Hezbollah to the US proposal for a reciprocal cessation of attacks is encouraging, but it must be followed by genuine implementation and tangible steps. And it is our collective responsibility to restore peace and security in the region. I thank you.
Gracias a la representante de Letonia. Y cedo la palabra ahora a la República Democrática del Congo.
Madame la Présidente, la République démocratique du Congo vous remercie pour la convocation de cette réunion d'urgence consacrée à l'examen de la situation au Liban. Nous remercions la sous-secrétaire générale adjointe, Madame Martha Pobé, pour son exposé et pour ses efforts constants pour la restauration de la paix au Liban. La République démocratique du Congo demeure profondément préoccupée par la dégradation continue de la situation sécuritaire dans le sud du Liban. La poursuite des opérations militaires fait peser un risque croissant sur la stabilité du pays et nourrit les craintes légitimes d'un élargissement des tensions dans une région particulièrement fragile et marquée par plusieurs foyers d'instabilité. Comme nous l'avions dit dans notre déclaration du 5 mai 2026, la République démocratique du Congo réaffirme son attachement ferme à la souveraineté, à l'intégrité territoriale et à l'indépendance politique du Liban. Le respect de ces principes demeure indispensable à toute perspective de paix durable et de stabilité régionale. Dans ce contexte, ma délégation appelle toutes les parties à faire preuve de la plus grande retenue et à s'abstenir de toute action susceptible d'alimenter l'escalade. Nous rappelons également l'obligation qui incombe à tous les acteurs de respecter pleinement le droit international, y compris le droit international humanitaire. Madame la Présidente, la protection des civils doit demeurer une priorité absolue. L'impact humanitaire croissant des hostilités, marqué notamment par les déplacements de populations, les pertes civiles et les dommages aux infrastructures essentielles, ne peuvent en aucun cas nous laisser indifférents. Toutes les parties doivent prendre toutes les mesures nécessaires afin d'épargner les civils et garantir un accès humanitaire sûr, rapide et sans entrave aux personnes affectées. Nous réitérons également l'importance de la pleine mise en œuvre des résolutions pertinentes du Conseil de sécurité, notamment la résolution 1701, qui demeure essentielle pour la préservation du cessez-le-feu ainsi que pour la stabilité le long de la ligne bleue. À cet égard, le rôle de la FINUL demeure fondamental. Sa sécurité ainsi que sa liberté de mouvement doivent être pleinement garanties. Madame la Présidente, cette escalade militaire intervient alors que le Liban fait face à d'importants défis politiques, sécuritaires, économiques et sociaux. Cette dégradation supplémentaire ne ferait qu'aggraver la fragilité du pays et accentuer les souffrances du peuple libanais, de quoi y compromettre les perspectives de redressement et de stabilité. Face à cette réalité, il est impératif d'intensifier les efforts diplomatiques pour parvenir à une réduction des tensions et aboutir à un retour à la paix. À cet égard, la République démocratique du Congo soutient toutes les initiatives régionales et internationales visant à préserver le calme et à favoriser un dialogue constructif entre les parties. Nous appelons également la communauté internationale à poursuivre son soutien au peuple libanais, notamment à travers l'assistance humanitaire, et à poursuivre cette même aide en faveur des institutions nationales, en particulier les forces armées libanaises, dont le rôle demeure essentiel pour la préservation de l'unité, de la stabilité et de la souveraineté du Liban. Pour conclure, Madame la Présidente, la République démocratique du Congo réaffirme son engagement en faveur du multilatéralisme et du respect des principes de la Charte des Nations Unies pour la promotion de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. Nous demeurons convaincus qu'une désescalade immédiate, le respect du droit international et un engagement diplomatique sincère constituent les seuls moyens susceptibles de promouvoir une paix durable. La République démocratique du Congo réitère sa pleine disponibilité à travailler en étroite collaboration avec l'ensemble des membres du Conseil, ainsi qu'avec tous les partenaires régionaux et internationaux, afin de restaurer durablement la paix et promouvoir la prospérité dans cette région longtemps éprouvée. Je vous remercie.
Muchísimas gracias a la representante República Democrática del Congo y le cedo la palabra a Barry.
سيد الرئيس، نشكر الجمهورية الفرنسية على طلب عقد هذه الجلسة التي تأتي في لحظة مفصلية في ظل التصعيد الخطير الذي تشهده الجمهورية اللبنانية الشقيقة. ونؤكد على أهمية اطلاع المجلس بمسؤولياته في حفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين والعمل على احتواء التصعيد ومنع اتساع دائرة النزاع وتجنيب المنطقة المزيد من التوتر وعدم الاستقرار. كما تقدم بالشكر للسيدة مارثا أماكية بوبي مساعد الأمين العام بإدارة الشؤون السياسية وبناء السلام على ما قدمته من إحاطة وافية. تابعت مملكة البحرين بقلق التطورات العسكرية الأخيرة في جنوب الجمهورية اللبنانية الشقيقة وما شهدته المنطقة من تصعيد خطير يهدد أمن لبنان واستقراره وينذر بمزيد من التدهور في الأوضاع الإنسانية والأمنية. بما قد تنعكس آثاره على الأمن والاستقرار الإقليميين. وترحب المملكة بإعلان فخامة الرئيس الأمريكي التوصل إلى اتفاق لوقف الهجمات، باعتباره خطوة إيجابية نحو خفض التصعيد ووقف الأعمال العدائية وتعزيز الأمن والاستقرار في الجمهورية اللبنانية والمنطقة، معربة عن أملها في أن تسهم هذه الجهود في ترسيخ التهدئة وتهيئة الظروف المواتية للتوصل إلى حلول مستدامة تعزز الأمن والاستقرار وتمهد الطريق نحو تحقيق سلام دائم وشامل ينعكس خيره على شعوب المنطقة كافة. وتحذر المملكة من التداعيات الإنسانية المتفاقمة في لبنان، مؤكدة أن استمرار التصعيد العسكري من شأنه أن يزيد من معاناة المدنيين ويضاعف الأعباء التي يواجهها الشعب اللبناني الشقيق، لا سيما في ظل التحديات الاقتصادية والإنسانية القائمة، كما أن تفاقم النزوح وتضرر الخدمات الأساسية يترك آثاراً إنسانية سلبية على النازحين، ويزيد من معاناة النساء والأطفال الذين يتحملون العبء الأكثر من تبعات النزاع، الأمر الذي يستدعي تكثيف الجهود الدولية لحماية المدنيين وضمان وصول المساعدات الإنسانية بصورة آمنة ومستدامة. وفي هذا السياق تؤكد مملكة البحرين دعمها الثابت لوحدة الجمهورية اللبنانية وسيادتها واستقلالها وسلامة أراضيها، ورفضها لأي انتهاك لسيادتها أو مساس بأمنها واستقرارها أو نشر الفوضى والانقسام، كما تشدد على أهمية احترام قرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة وتضافر الجهود الدولية لوقف العمليات العسكرية وضمان حماية المدنيين ووصول المساعدات الإنسانية دون عوائق وفقا للقانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني. سيدة الرئيسة، وفي موازاة الجهود الرامية لاحتواء التصعيد، تؤكد المملكة أهمية استكمال مسار تعزيز مؤسسات الدولة اللبنانية وتمكينها من الاطلاع الكامل بمسؤولياتها السيادية والأمنية. وترحب مملكة البحرين بقرار الحكومة اللبنانية المتعلق بحصر السلاح بيد الدولة اللبنانية ومؤسساتها الشرعية، بما في ذلك الإجراءات الرامية إلى إنهاء المظاهر المسلحة الخارجة عن إطار الدولة ونزع سلاح حزب الله وفقا للأطر القانونية والدستورية اللبنانية. وتؤكد المملكة أن هذه الخطوة تمثل تطوراً مهماً نحو ترسيخ سيادة الدولة اللبنانية وتعزيز مؤسساتها الوطنية وبسط سلطتها على كامل أراضيها بما يحفظ أمن لبنان واستقراره. كما تشيد المملكة بالجهود الحثيثة التي تبذلها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية في إطار الوساطة والمساعي الدبلوماسية الرامية إلى تثبيت الاستقرار ومنع اتساع دائرة النزاع، وتؤكد دعمها للمسار التفاوضي بين الجمهورية اللبنانية ودولة إسرائيل، معربة عن تطلعها إلى أن يفضي هذا المسار إلى نتائج ملموسة تسهم في تعزيز الأمن والاستقرار واحترام سيادة الجمهورية اللبنانية ووحدة أراضيها وترسيخ أسس السلام في المنطقة بما يحقق تطلعات شعوبها إلى التنمية والازدهار. السيدة الرئيسة، تجدد مملكة البحرين تأكيدها على أهمية التنفيذ الكامل للقرار 1701 وكافة القرارات الدولية ذات الصلة بما يكفل احترام السيادة الجمهورية اللبنانية وسلامة أراضيها وترتيبات وقف الأعمال العدائية. كما تؤكد المملكة أهمية مواصلة دعم الجيش اللبناني والقوى الأمنية الرسمية وتمكينها من الاطلاع بمسؤولياتها الوطنية وبسط سلطة الدولة اللبنانية على كامل أراضيها بما يحفظ سيادة لبنان ووحدته الوطنية ويعزز أمنه واستقراره. وفي الختام تجدد مملكة البحرين تأكيدها أن استقرار لبنان وسيادته يمثلان مصلحة إقليمية ودولية مشتركة، وتدعو جميع الأطراف إلى الالتزام الكامل باتفاق وقف الهجمات والامتناع عن أي أعمال من شأنها تقويض التهدئة وإعادة تأجيج التوتر، ومواصلة دعم الجهود الدبلوماسية الرامية إلى ترسيخ الاستقرار وتحقيق السلام الدائم، والالتزام بالقرارات الدولية ذات الصلة بما يسهم في صون أمن لبنان واستقراره والحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
Muchas gracias por su intervención a Bahrein. Quiero darle la palabra a Somalia.
Madam President, we express appreciation to you for the prompt convening of this emergency session and thank ASG POBE for the sovereign and comprehensive updates. My delegation views the renewed military escalation in southern Lebanon and around Beirut's southern suburbs with utmost gravity and alarm. So are the continued violations across the blue line and the risk of wider regional confrontation. Since March 2nd, 2026, the human cost has been staggering, with the death toll now surpassing 3,000 civilians and nearly 10,000 injured. Over 1 million people have been displaced, including hundreds of thousands of children. The humanitarian situation has become a catastrophe. We condemn the systematic and deliberate destruction of civilian infrastructure, particularly in densely populated residential areas. The protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, and homes, are non-negotiable obligations enshrined under international humanitarian law. We call on the occupying power to adhere fully to its legal and moral obligations under international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Madam President, the deepening occupation of Lebanese territory and the declared intent to establish a permanent security buffer zone sets a dangerous move towards unilateral territorial expansion. We specifically deplore the occupying force capture of the historic Beaufort Castle, as well as the evacuation orders for all residents south of the Zahrani River, signaling plans of further northward advancement. Lebanon must not be treated as a theater for proxy confrontations or unilateral territorial expansion. The ongoing Israeli violations of Resolution 1701 continue to undermine regional stability and erode the prospect for sustainable peace and development in Lebanon and beyond. We are also gravely concerned about the persistent operational interference against UNIFIL, including killing and injuring peacekeepers, the denial of freedom of movement, and the blocking of access roads to UN positions. We reiterate that the safety and security of United Nations personnel are non-negotiable. It's also important to maintain a credible and effective UN presence in Lebanon, one that continue to monitor, protect, and support the Lebanese people and government. Madam President, while we take note that new ceasefire talks are scheduled for June 2nd and 3rd in Washington, the immediate priority is de-escalation and return to a credible, monitored, and sustainable cessation of hostilities. It requires disciplined diplomacy before the risk becomes irreversible. Somalia stands ready to work with all Council members in support of a balanced approach. That approach must uphold Lebanon's sovereignty, protect the civilians, support the Lebanese armed forces, preserve a comprehensive ceasefire, and advance the full implementation of Resolution 1701. I thank you.
Agradezco la intervención de Somalia y quiero dar la palabra a Estados Unidos.
Thank you, Madam President, and I thank the briefers. Colleagues, on March 2nd of this year, Hezbollah, as we all know, is as an Iranian proxy that frankly justifies its entire existence through conflict, unilaterally initiated hostilities once again with Israel, just as it did in October 2023. Colleagues, Hezbollah clearly sees Lebanon as nothing more than a launch pad for its Iranian-inspired attacks on Israel. It does not care about Lebanon, the country, or the future of its people. And we've seen exactly what that looks like on the ground. And we don't have to go to regional media or even Israeli media to believe it. Don't take it as my supposition. Let's read it from the UN's own reports. The High Commissioner for Human Rights himself has admitted that Hezbollah, quote, launched indiscriminate barrages of rockets at Israel, injuring people, causing damage to residential buildings and other civilian infrastructure, end quote. We can also see it in the very videos that Hezbollah itself, its own videos, that they release, where they brag about killing wounded soldiers or launching missiles towards civilian targets in Israel. So those are the words of the UN Commissioner of Human Rights. Those are the words of Hezbollah itself. And those are the pictures that Hezbollah chooses to share with the world. Not development, not growth, not a better future for Lebanon, but deliberately bragging about launching missiles into civilian areas of Israel. Colleagues, I've personally been under that kind of fire. It is indiscriminate terrorist attacks. This is a terrorist group that has attacked Americans, killed UNIFIL peacekeepers, taken civilians hostage for decades, assassinated its own brave people that it pretends to protect, who dare to speak out against them, use civilian infrastructure, homes, schools, hospitals, to conduct its attacks across the region. These are the same thugs that have held the Lebanese people hostage for decades and that this council has talked about for decades. President Trump, who cares deeply about Lebanon personally, has proposed a clear sequence to end the conflict. Hezbollah, which started the fighting, must stop its attacks in Israel. This will create space for a gradual de-escalation, as my colleague from Somalia just mentioned, and ultimately a cessation of hostilities. Yet Hezbollah has repeatedly rejected this offer. However, today, again, thanks to President Trump's personal intervention, we'll see if they choose differently. But still, Hezbollah has not only rejected the Lebanese government's demands for a ceasefire, it has even recently threatened to overthrow it. So let's let that sink in. An Iranian-backed terrorist army is threatening the legitimate government of the country that it claims to defend. And the only conclusion we can draw is that their backers, the Iranian regime, has ordered its proxy to drag this conflict out so it can claim credit for, quote, saving the day and derail progress towards a peace agreement in the recent historic direct talks. We must, as a global community, we must reject this cynicism. And the issue at hand is that Lebanon has once again been dragged into war, yet again by a terrorist organization at a high cost for innocent Lebanese civilians. And this is the same old Iranian playbook. Light the fire, hide behind civilians, hide behind homes, schools, and hospitals, and then pretend to be the fire department when they themselves are the arsonists. On April 14th, President Trump's leadership enabled the first historic talks between the governments of Israel and Lebanon. Both governments have repeatedly made clear that neither wants this war. Israel has provided clear assurances that it has no territorial ambitions in Lebanon, and Lebanon has stated its determination to disarm Hezbollah once and for all. And thanks again to President Trump's personal leadership on this issue, another round of talks are happening. Colleagues, the legitimate government of Lebanon is demonstrating real courage and leadership. They are trying, finally, to free their country from a terrorist organization that answers to Tehran, does not care about the suffering of its people, and we are backing the Lebanese government's efforts to make Lebanon great again. And that is what leadership looks like. That is what diplomacy is supposed to do: create space for peace, put pressure on the problem, and give legitimate governments a chance to act. And the way to support de-escalation that we all aspire to, and the way to support peace, is by focusing on the reason that this conflict started and continues. Both will come quickly. Both de-escalation and peace will come quickly if Hezbollah immediately ceases its attacks, as apparently it's promised, and the government of Lebanon asserts its full sovereignty, rebuilds, and brings its people home. Colleagues, the path is clear. Hezbollah stops attacking Israel, the Lebanese armed forces and the legitimate government of Lebanon assert control over Lebanese territory, and Iran stops using Lebanon as a forward operating base. And the Lebanese people, who have suffered for far too long, finally get a chance to rebuild a country that belongs to them, not Hezbollah, not its thug leadership, and certainly not to Tehran. I thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias a Estados Unidos por su intervención y quiero darle la palabra a Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Liberia thanks the Assistant Secretary General for her briefing. Excellencies, there is a particular burden in extending hope to people in distress without delivering on it. The recounted statistics, including by many of you around this table, of the ongoing worsening situation in Lebanon is troubling. Today, we meet not only in the face of a serious deteriorating conflict, but also in the shadow of commitments that have not yet been fulfilled for a people that have endured repeated hardship and disappointments. As we have heard from the Assistant Secretary General, the April 17 ceasefire, recently extended, is now under severe strain. With Israeli forces reportedly crossing the Litani River and seizing Beaufort Castle, we are witnessing an unfortunate erosion of confidence in the diplomatic process. Let's be clear. Diplomatic negotiations cannot be meaningfully advanced while realities on the ground are being altered through military actions inside the territory of a sovereign state. My country's own history of state collapse, armed non-state factions, and the long road of security sector reform informs our perspective, which is that to move forward, this Council must confront the three structural frictions undermining a resolution, namely, a Lebanese sovereignty deficit, an Israeli security deficit, and an international credibility deficit. These combine to compel, in our view, these realities. First, Lebanon has a legitimate sovereignty claim. Israel cannot indefinitely conduct military operations inside Lebanon. Non-state actors must be disarmed. Israeli security and Lebanese sovereignty are not competing objectives. They are mutually dependent. And as we've heard from the briefers, to continue on the current course is to subject the region to an unacceptable choice between recurring escalation and prolonged instability, neither of which offers a credible basis for peace, civilian protection, or regional security and stability, which continues to be a focus of this Council. Liberia makes the following calls, consistent with resolutions of this Council, including an immediate cessation of offensive operations and a freeze on all force movements overseen by enhanced UNIFIL monitoring and public reporting. Concurrently, the international community must provide financial, humanitarian, and logistical support to the Lebanese authorities and state institutions. Because the simple truth is that no state, however good the intentions might be, can be expected to exercise sovereignty without the accompanying capacity to do so. Again, it is imperative that all non-state actors must be disarmed to the Lebanese authorities. Finally, Madam President, we must replace reliance on goodwill alone with strengthened verification mechanisms and clear consequences for violations by any party, thereby reducing incentives for unilateral action. With UNIFIL's mandate concluding in December of this year, we cannot and must not wait for a vacuum to exist. The Secretary General's options paper, which is due this month, must be received with the required urgency and diplomatic action of this Council, demonstrating a commitment to ongoing diplomatic initiatives, improving those initiatives, as well as the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon. The world is watching closely to see whether this council can respond with unity, seriousness, and purpose. We must not fall short of that responsibility to that troubled region, certainly not to Lebanon, and definitely work for the peace of that region. I thank you, Madam President.
Le agradezco a la intervención de Liberia y paso a darle la palabra a Panamá.
Gracias, Presidenta. Observamos con profunda preocupación la intensificación de las hostilidades registradas durante las últimas horas en el Líbano, cuyas consecuencias incluyen nuevas órdenes de desplazamiento para comunidades civiles y mayores restricciones al acceso humanitario, pese al cese de hostilidades y los entendimientos alcanzados con la mediación de los Estados Unidos. Una vez más, son los civiles, tanto en el Líbano como en Israel, quienes continúan pagando el precio más alto de este conflicto. Según la información reciente disponible desde la intensificación de las hostilidades registradas a partir del 2 de marzo del 26, al menos 3.355 personas han perdido la vida y más de 10.000 han resultado heridas en el Líbano. Asimismo, más de 1 millón de personas han sido desplazadas, incluidas más de 130.000 que actualmente permanecen en 634 refugios. Panamá expresa igualmente su rechazo por los continuos ataques perpetrados por Hezbollah contra el norte de Israel, incluidos ataques con drones que han causado muertos y heridos entre la población civil. Panamá reitera que todas las partes tienen la obligación de respetar y proteger a la población civil, al personal médico y humanitario, así como a la infraestructura civil, de conformidad con el derecho internacional humanitario, el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y los principios fundamentales de humanidad. Presidenta, Panamá reafirma su firme respaldo a la soberanía, integridad territorial, unidad e independencia política del Líbano. Reconocemos igualmente los esfuerzos que continúa realizando el gobierno libanés bajo el liderazgo del presidente Joseph Aoun, así como las Fuerzas Armadas libanesas, para preservar la estabilidad del país en circunstancias extraordinariamente complejas. En momentos como el actual, resulta fundamental continuar fortaleciendo las capacidades de instituciones estatales libanesas y de respaldar los esfuerzos orientados a consolidar la autoridad legítima del Estado en todo el territorio nacional. Valoramos la disposición mostrada por las autoridades libanesas e israelíes para participar en mecanismos de diálogo y negociación orientados a reducir tensiones y a abordar cuestiones pendientes. Alentamos a preservar y fortalecer estos esfuerzos, pues ofrecen una vía constructiva para avanzar hacia una mayor estabilidad y seguridad en la región. Al mismo tiempo, reiteramos nuestro pleno apoyo a la Fuerza Provisional de las Naciones Unidas en el Líbano e insistimos en que la seguridad, integridad y libertad de movimiento de su personal y la protección e inviolabilidad de sus instalaciones deben ser plenamente respetadas por todas las partes. Cualquier ataque, amenaza o interferencia contra la misión es inaceptable. Presidenta, la evolución de los acontecimientos en curso pone de relieve la necesidad de preservar los entendimientos alcanzados y de continuar privilegiando el diálogo y la negociación por encima de la confrontación. Panamá insta a las partes a respetar y cumplir plenamente los compromisos asumidos, así como actuar con la máxima moderación y abstenerse de acciones que puedan agravar aún más la situación. Ninguna solución sostenible podrá surgir de una mayor escalada militar. Muchas gracias.
Le agradezco a Panamá su intervención y le doy la palabra a Pakistán.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to join colleagues in also thanking ASG Martha Poby for a comprehensive yet a deeply alarming briefing. Madam President, despite the ceasefire arrangement and direct talks between Israel and Lebanon, the security and humanitarian situation in Lebanon continues to deteriorate drastically. With an expansion of Israeli military operations and ground incursions into Lebanese territory, we have 2,000 square kilometers, nearly 20% of Lebanon, which now lies under illegal Israeli occupation. Unlawful evacuation orders are further inflicting immense suffering on civilians. And it seems it is the same strategy, same playbook that we have seen elsewhere. Indiscriminate killing, forced displacement, and occupation. Since March this year, more than 3,400 people, including women and children, have been killed and over 10,000 injured. And more than 1 million are displaced. As the humanitarian coordinator also said, civilians across Lebanon faced an appalling escalation of violence, displacement, and human loss. And equally alarming are the attacks on humanitarian and medical personnel, with 125 health workers killed and over 300 injured since March, according to WHO. And then there are attacks on Lebanon's cultural and historical sites, which are shocking. Tyre, a UNESCO World Heritage Site under enhanced protection, has been struck, along with the capture of Beaufort Castle. All these reckless Israeli actions, condemnable as they are, and which violate Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity, constitute a flagrant breach of international law, and more than that, seriously undermine the diplomatic efforts to achieve lasting peace and stability in Lebanon and the region. Madam President, Pakistan supports all diplomatic efforts aimed at de-escalation and echoes the Secretary General's call on all sides to fully utilize diplomatic channels and recommit to the full implementation of Resolution 1701. Sustainable peace can only be achieved through dialogue and diplomacy. We also welcome the efforts of the United States in facilitating ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, and we support their continuing engagement in this process. Pakistan appreciates the efforts of the government of Lebanon to restore stability, to strengthen state authority, and to ensure that use of force is the exclusive prerogative of the Lebanese state through its legitimate institutions, with the Lebanese armed forces playing a central role. As we have heard in the briefing and from several colleagues around the table, unfortunately, Israeli actions are undermining the efforts of the Lebanese government. Madam President, Pakistan's position is clear and consistent. We call for full respect for Lebanon's sovereignty, political independence, unity, and territorial integrity, immediate cessation of hostilities, and strict adherence to the ceasefire arrangements by all sides, and full implementation of Resolution 1701 with complete Israeli withdrawal to the Blue Line. In the complex, interconnected theaters of conflict, a stable, peaceful Lebanon is essential for regional peace and security. The international community must act with urgency to prevent further escalation and advance a diplomatic solution consistent with international law and UN Charter. Pakistan stands in solidarity with the people of Lebanon and the government of Lebanon and will continue to support all efforts aimed at promoting peace, stability, and hope in the region. I thank you.
Gracias a la intervención de Pakistán. Quiero agradecer a los traductores que nos acompañan para poder continuar nosotros con esta reunión. Muchas gracias. Ahora formularé una declaración en mi calidad de representante de Colombia. Agradezco a la señora Marta Povy secretaria general adjunta para África, por su presentación. Deseo agradecer a Francia por solicitar esta reunión, llamado que Colombia apoyó ante la gravedad de la situación. Doy la bienvenida al representante permanente del Líbano y saludo a las delegaciones que nos acompañan. Colombia expresa su solidaridad con el pueblo libanés y condena categóricamente todos los actos de agresión y de ocupación israelí en todo el territorio del Líbano. Las recientes declaraciones de Netanyahu denotan una intención clara de continuar su campaña expansionista ilegal bajo el supuesto de que puede continuar actuando con impunidad. La ampliación de la ofensiva terrestre, la toma de Beaufort y los nuevos ataques realizados en ciudades al norte del río Litani constituye una violación clara al derecho internacional, incluida la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Las acciones desplegadas por Israel bajo la falsa premisa de reforzar su seguridad han generado un impacto humanitario de enorme gravedad y debemos recordar que los principios de distinción, proporcionalidad y precaución no son fórmulas teóricas, como ocurre siempre. La población civil es quien sufre las consecuencias más severas. El Consejo no puede seguir ignorando los reportes de días recientes sobre civiles heridos por ataques aéreos israelíes mientras acataban órdenes de evacuación. Estos hechos, así como las órdenes ilegales, desplazamiento masivo, los ataques previos registrados contra miembros de UNIFIL, periodistas y personal sanitario, son violaciones al derecho internacional humanitario atribuibles a Israel y pueden constituir crímenes de guerra. Garantizar la rendición de cuentas es una responsabilidad de toda la comunidad internacional. En paralelo, mi delegación reconoce las acciones del gobierno libanés para alcanzar un cese al fuego por la vía negociada y cumplir con sus compromisos. Sin embargo, la agresión de Israel erosiona los esfuerzos diplomáticos y pone en riesgo la política interna del país. Colombia insta a todas las partes a abstenerse de todas las acciones contrarias al derecho internacional, incluida la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional humanitario, y a implementar las resoluciones pertinentes del Consejo de Seguridad, en particular la resolución 1701. En ese sentido, mi país reitera su llamado a un cese al fuego definitivo, inmediato y efectivo, y al respeto pleno de la independencia política, la soberanía, la unidad y la independencia política del Líbano. Para terminar, Colombia reitera una vez más que la violación sistemática del derecho internacional por parte de Israel debe detenerse. Los ataques de Israel contra el Líbano siguen el mismo patrón de lo que hemos estado viendo en Gaza durante los últimos años. La expansión de una campaña de desplazamiento masivo y limpieza étnica que buscan expandir de manera permanente la ocupación ilegal y la anexión territorial en toda la región. Lo que sucede hoy es el producto de la aplicación selectiva del derecho internacional y la impunidad con la que se le ha permitido actuar al régimen de Netanyahu. La comunidad internacional tiene la obligación de actuar ante violaciones graves del derecho internacional, garantizando la rendición de cuentas en defensa de la dignidad humana y la vida misma. Este Consejo no puede seguir ignorando su deber frente a esta situación. Muchas gracias. Ahora retomo. Vuelvo a asumir las funciones de presidente del Consejo de Seguridad y para darle la palabra al Líbano.
سيد الرئيس، فلنعد قليلا إلى الوراء إلى 26 من شهر تشرين الثاني 2024، تاريخ إعلان وقف الأعمال العدائية الذي تم التوصل إليه برعاية مشكورة من كل من الولايات المتحدة وفرنسا. إعلان التزم به لبنان بشكل تام وكلي، لكن بالمقابل أمعنت إسرائيل بانتهاكه بشكل يومي وعلى صعيد واسع في بعض الأحيان. فأودت حتى الثاني من آذار 2026 بحياة ما يزيد على 400 شخص، وجرحت ما يزيد على 2000 شخص جلهم من المدنيين، ودمرت الآلاف من الوحدات السكنية، ناهيك عن القلق والألم الذي عاشه كل لبناني على مدى 15 شهراً نتيجة استعمال الأسلحة المتفجرة في المناطق المأهولة، واستمرت باحتلالها لمناطق في الجنوب واعتقالها لعدد من اللبنانيين بشكل غير قانوني وغيرها من الممارسات المتفلتة. فحتى بعد انتخاب رئيس للجمهورية وتشكيل حكومة نالت ثقة البرلمان على أساس برنامج إصلاحي طموح وضع عملية إعادة بناء المؤسسات وبسط سلطة الدولة على كامل أراضيها وبقواها الذاتية في صلب أولوياتها، استمرت إسرائيل بانتهاكاتها وبممارساتها الهدامة المقوضة للاستقرار في لبنان والمنطقة. وكأنما القصد من هذه الانتهاكات إفشال مشروع نهضة الدولة الضامنة وحدها لأمن مواطنيها والمصممة على المساهمة في استتباب الأمن والسلم في محيطها، والملتزمة أصلاً بالقرارات الدولية ذات الصلة بها ومنها القرار 1701. السيد الرئيس، مؤخراً وبعد الثاني من آذار 2026 لم تتوانى الحكومة اللبنانية عن تحمل مسؤولياتها، واتخذت جملة إجراءات وقرارات جذرية نابعة حصراً من مصلحة لبنان واللبنانيين، ورافضة تحويل لبنان إلى ساحة لتصفية الحسابات الخارجية بعد أن جر لبنان واللبنانيين إلى آتون حرب لم يختاروها. بالرغم من جهود الحكومة الآيلة إلى احتواء الأزمة، قامت إسرائيل مستفيدة كعادتها من ظرف إقليمي متوتر بتصعيد عسكري خطير أودى لليوم بآلاف الأرواح، وتستمر اليوم بعملية تدمير ممنهج للقرى والبلدات والأحياء السكنية، وتستهدف الطواقم الطبية والمستشفيات والإعلاميين والمدارس والبنى التحتية والأجهزة الأمنية وقوات اليونيفيل ودور العبادة والمواقع الأثرية المصنفة كتراث عالمي للإنسانية وغيرها الكثير ممن يختزن ذاكرة لبنان وهويته الحضارية. سيد الرئيس، يدين لبنان بأشد العبارات وبشكل واضح لا لبس فيه هذه الممارسات والانتهاكات الإسرائيلية التي تتعارض مع أحكام الميثاق والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان والقانون الدولي الإنساني، وبما يرقى إلى جرائم حرب في أحوال كثيرة. وهي أن تبجحت دوما بوضع تصرفاتها في إطار الدفاع عن النفس، فإن ذلك لا يعفيها من موجباتها بموجب القانون الدولي الإنساني، لا سيما تلك المتعلقة بالتناسب والتمييز والتحوط. إن استحداث مناطق أمنية ورسم خطوط جغرافية هو احتلال مباشر وانتهاك صارخ لسيادة لبنان ووحدة وسلامة أراضيه، ويجب على هذا المجلس متحدا إدانة هذه الاعتداءات والقيام بما عليه من موجبات بموجب الميثاق لوضع حد لها. فلم تعد نوايا الحكومة الإسرائيلية خفية على أحد، وهي ترد في تصاريح مسؤوليها ودعواتهم بضرورة توسعة رقعة الاعتداءات واحتلال أجزاء أوسع من لبنان، وهذا لا شك نتيجة للعجز الجماعي عن إنتاج الحلول وغياب المساءلة والمحاسبة اللذين يغذيان ثقافة الإفلات من العقاب التي بدورها تدفع بالفاعل إلى ارتكاب الجريمة عينها مرات ومرات. هذا الاحتلال قد خبرته إسرائيل سابقا، ولم تذعن خلال سنينه الطويلة لنداءات هذا المجلس المتكررة، ولم تنصت لرغبات الدول جميعها بضرورة الانسحاب من لبنان حتى بعد استعادة الاستقرار فيه. وهذا الاحتلال خلال فترة وجوده لم يترك خطيئة بحق الإنسانية إلا وارتكبها، ما ولد دورات من العنف نتيجتها الوحيدة خلق ثقافة قائمة على عدم قبول الآخر ورفض الحوار والبحث عن حلول مؤقتة بدلا من استدامة الحلول ومعالجة المشكلات من جذورها. هنا وبمقابل منطق العنف السائد السيد الرئيس، فلنعد أيضا إلى مبادرة فخامة رئيس الجمهورية اللبنانية يوم 9 آذار الماضي، ولينظر هذا المجلس الموقر مجددا بمضمون هذه المبادرة القائمة بداية على التهدئة ووقف النار، ومن ثم تعزيز قدرات الدولة التي ورثت تركة ثقيلة نتيجة تقاطعات إقليمية على مدى عقود من الزمن كي تتمكن من القيام بما عليها، ليصار بعدها إلى حوار جدي وصولا إلى الحلول الدائمة والمستدامة. ولا بد لي هنا من أن أثمن مجددا مبادرة الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب والإدارة الأمريكية على جهودها البناءة والهادفة إلى إعطاء المسار الدبلوماسي فرصة، بما فيه الجهود التي يبذلها الرئيس ترامب شخصيا اليوم بهدف خفض التصعيد. ونؤكد على التزام لبنان بتوفير ظروف ومتطلبات نجاحها انطلاقا من الثوابت الوطنية التي تبدأ بوقف الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية والانسحاب الكامل وعودة الأسرى وإعادة الأعمار وعودة أهلنا المهجرين قسرا. إن التزام إسرائيل بوقف كامل وفعلي للنار يمثل المدخل الضروري لالتزام الدولة اللبنانية بسط سلطتها وسيطرتها على كامل أرضها وحدودها، وهي تتعهد أي الدولة اللبنانية بأن تكون وحدها بعد ذلك موضع مساءلة ومحاسبة عن أي خرق. فهذا الهدف اللبناني الجامع الذي أكده مجلس الوزراء يوم 2 آذار الماضي ظل متعثرا نتيجة عدم التزام إسرائيل بمقتضيات إعلان 26/2/2024. إن هذا المسار هو الوحيد القادر على تحقيق الأمن والسلم على حدودنا الدولية، على عكس أوهام الانتصارات العسكرية من جهة أو الصفقات الإقليمية الثنائية من جهة أخرى. السيد الرئيس، لا يفوتنا أن نشكر أمين عام الأمم المتحدة على تقريره حول مستقبل تنفيذ القرار 1701 الذي صدر اليوم استنادا إلى الفقرة 10 من قرار المجلس 2790، وستكون لنا فرصة دراسته بالشكل الوافي. ونؤكد لهذا المجلس وللدول الأعضاء فيه على عزمنا الانخراط معهم بنقاش جدي وموضوعي حوله في الأيام المقبلة بالشكل الذي يراعي متطلبات المرحلة الحساسة التي يمر بها لبنان. وقد ضاعفت التطورات الأخيرة حاجة لبنان الماسة لاستمرار المساعدة الأممية والدولية له بغية تحقيق الانسحاب الإسرائيلي من جهة وبسط سلطة الدولة على كامل أراضيها من جهة أخرى. السيد الرئيس، أشكر جميع الدول التي عبرت عن تضامنها مع لبنان وشعبه إزاء ما يتعرضان له ولما قدمته من دعم سياسي أو إنساني لتخفيف وطأة الأزمة عن جميع اللبنانيين ولا سيما المهجرين قسرا منهم. ولا يفوتني أن أهنئكم السيد الرئيس على توليكم رئاسة المجلس لهذا الشهر، كما نشكر فرنسا على دعوتها لهذه الجلسة الطارئة، وكذلك السيدة مارتا بوبي على الإحاطة التي تقدمت بها. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Gracias, Líbano, por su intervención. Y quiero ceder la palabra a Israel.
Madam President, first I would like to thank Assistant Secretary General Marta Pobi for her briefing. We meet today because Israel is once again being asked to explain why it is defending itself. So let me begin clearly. Israel did not wake up one morning and decide to enter Lebanon because we want to do it. We don't want escalation. We don't seek Lebanese territory. Israel does not seek conflict with the Lebanese people. The problem is Hezbollah. And the last three speakers in this room failed to mention Hezbollah, the Pakistani ambassador, Madam President, and the Lebanese ambassador. Like, no one can actually name it. But that is the reason we had no choice to enter Lebanon. The problem is Hezbollah. Name them. On March 2nd, Hezbollah chose to fire on Israel. No provocation. And they did it not to defend Lebanon, not to help the Lebanese people, not to build a better future for the region. Hezbollah fired on us to serve Iran. They got instructions from Tehran. And it continues to get instructions from Tehran. While the Iranian regime, they delayed the negotiations, they stall diplomatic progress, and they buy time for its proxies. Hezbollah is doing on the ground what Iran wants it to do. It is keeping the fire alive. It is keeping Lebanon hostage. It is keeping northern Israel under attack. That is why Israel had to act. Madam President, over the past weekend, Hezbollah's attacks on our northern communities have intensified. We have seen the heaviest levels of fire since the April ceasefire. But let's be honest for a minute. For the people of northern Israel, this has not been a ceasefire. It has felt like a continuation of fire, because Hezbollah, they never really stopped. It kept firing, it kept rearming, it kept shooting rockets and drones toward our soldiers and our civilian communities. And this weekend, the threat expanded. It was not only the communities next to the border, not only Rosh Hanikra, Shlomi, Kiryat Shmona. The fire this last weekend reached deeper. It reached cities like Nahariya, like Tzfat, which are not next to the border. Cities and hospitals miles from the border were forced into shelters. As we speak, families are running for safe rooms. Schools are closed for a while. Businesses are shut. Normal life has once again stopped. Thousands of school children are home today in northern Israel because Hezbollah has made it impossible for them to go safely to school. Since March 2nd, Hezbollah has fired approximately 10,000 rockets. Think about that number, 10,000 rockets at Israel. There have been at least 75 rocket impact sites inside Israeli territory. Hezbollah has launched around 300 drones. Some of us participated in a very important stakeout 2 hours ago about one drone in Romania. We are talking about 300 drones. And all of this is being carried out by a terrorist army that has entrenched itself across southern Lebanon in direct violation of Resolution 1701. Today, more than 2,500 Hezbollah terrorists are operating south of the Litani River, with thousands more positioned further north. They have turned villages into military positions. We know that. We see that. We are paying a heavy price, Madam President. Just today, Dr. Uri Yosef Sylvester, a military doctor, was killed by a Hezbollah drone. Overnight, Adam Tsarfati, a 20-year-old soldier, was killed by a Hezbollah drone. Earlier this week, 21-year-old Mikhail Tyukin was killed by a Hezbollah drone. Mikhail was an only child who moved with his mother from Ukraine 6 years ago. Hezbollah attacks both our soldiers and our civilians. Just yesterday, Hezbollah's suicide drone struck a building in the peaceful town by the name of Bet Hillel in the Upper Galilee. It wasn't a military base. It's a beautiful place in the Galilee. Over the weekend, families on the beach in the city of Nahariya were forced to run for cover as Hezbollah missiles and drones targeted northern Israel. This has become the reality of daily life in Israel. So let's talk about the drones for 1 minute. Because when people speak about drones, you know, it sounds something distant, like a toy, something technological, abstract. For Israel, there is nothing abstract about it. This is an example of a drone used by Hezbollah. Look at it. This is what we are dealing with. Now, Hezbollah are using different kinds of drones. Few of them with fiber optic. These drones weigh less than 2 kilograms. You can get them online. Very easy. It flies low. It is very difficult to detect. And by the time you hear it above your head, it's too late. It can fly undetected for tens of miles. And all of a sudden, you see it above your head. A thin cable is what makes this drone different. It does not rely on a radio signal. It cannot be easily jammed, unfortunately. It gives the operator a live video feed and direct control until impact. They can guide it through a window into a vehicle. This is a modern warfare, cheap, precise, deadly. Imagine for a moment that swarms of drones were headed toward your cities. Not our cities, your communities. I asked my colleague from France, if France were under attack from Spain, would it hesitate to take action? Would you wait until the drones were buzzing over Paris and you hear them? Would you wait until they explode? Or would you do what every responsible government does and eliminate the threat? Israel has made its choice. We will not wait for these drones to detonate. We will not wait for more funerals. The drone threat is a challenge. We have to admit it. But it is a challenge we will overcome. We are now investing a lot on it. Our best minds are already working on the technologies and tactics needed to defeat it. And we will find a solution for that. But until then, we cannot wait for the next one to cross the border. We will continue to neutralize the threat before it reaches our people. Madam President, instead of helping ensure that Resolution 1701 is finally implemented, some members of this Council, including yourself, seem more interested in condemning Israel's response than confronting the terrorists creating the danger. Instead of demanding that Hezbollah disarm, they demand that Israel stand down. President Macron recently said, and I quote, that nothing justifies the escalation in southern Lebanon. Nothing? Not the swarms of drones? Not the 10,000 rockets fired at our people? If that is not justification, what is? Israel did not start this escalation. Hezbollah did. And Israel will not apologize for defending itself. Israel does not seek Lebanese territory. We left Lebanon, Mr. Ambassador, in 2000 because we did not want to stay there. And today we do not want to stay there. Israel and Lebanon are engaged in historic direct talks with American mediation because we believe a better future is possible. Those talks continue despite the challenges today. Our commitment to them continues. But make no mistake, Israel will not sit by while Hezbollah rearms, retrains, and fires the next attack. As long as Hezbollah threatens our citizens, Israel will act wherever necessary to defend them, south of the Litani, north of the Litani. If there is no quiet in northern Israel, there will be no quiet for Hezbollah. If our children are running to shelters, Hezbollah's leadership will not enjoy safe haven, not in southern Lebanon, not in Beirut. No terrorist will have immunity. The path to peace is not complicated. We know it. We know what it takes. The complete disarmament of Hezbollah, a strong Lebanese state, a strong Lebanese armed forces, one government, one army, one sovereign authority. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por la intervención de Israel. No hay más oradores inscritos en la lista. Se levanta la sesión.